We are 1 minute until audio quiet. We are 1 minute till broadcasting audio. That's okay. It'll fix it.
Once we send video, it should. I'm gonna double mute us.
Yeah.
Absolute ball. It is. It's fascinating. You meet a variety of people with a variety of circumstances. Some want you to come, others less so.
Yeah, you're going to have to unmute me because I'm going to have to warn them again. And you can't be full screen yet. All right, we are radio silent for the next 2 minutes until we begin broadcast. Thank you for your cooperation.
Please mute your phones. Welcome to day 2 of the Census Scientific Advisory Committee Fall Meeting. This meeting is being recorded. If you do not consent to being recorded, you may disconnect at this time. I now turn the meeting over to Tommy Wright.
Tommy Wright. Thank you very much, Shauna. Good morning and welcome back, as Shauna said, to day 2 of the 2022 Census Scientific Advisory Committee Fall Virtual Meeting. To reflect on yesterday's meeting, it's time to play the longest running Federal Advisory Committee game, Who Said That? There are no winners, no losers. You may just blurt out the answer. Please unmute your phone. Even if you said the statement, blurt out the answer.
You're right.
All right, good. The 5 areas of focus for the 2020 census are data collection, group quarters, data processing, infrastructure for operations, and continuous data collection. That person also said the 2022 economic census will be collecting data from about 8 million businesses starting in January 2023.
Director Santos.
Yes. It would be, number 2, it would be great to identify the right way to disseminate the differential privacy briefs so that they would be hard to miss.
I think it was Lance Wallen.
Yes. Number 3, can you say more about transitioning the Census Bureau from a survey-centric organization to a data-centric organization?
Seth Spielman.
Yes. Number 4, knowing what the metrics are will demonstrate that the Census Bureau carefully considered data user feedback.
John Chaika.
Close.
Was that me? I don't remember.
Yes,
now.
yes, Claire.
Yes, it's Claire
Yes,
Bowen.
Claire. Yes,
I
yes.
I blame being sick.
Number 5, all sample surveys conducted by the Census Bureau are at an inflection point as we address continuing challenges and move forward with transformation and modernization.
Eloise.
Yes, yes. Number 6, and there's several parts to this. Redistricting data, DHC data, and the demographic profile data will have consistency within data products, while the detailed DHCA will have no consistency within data products.
Alexandra or Nicholas?
Nicholas. Next, use of an adaptive the detailed DHCA will allow us to produce more detailed data for larger population groups and less data for smaller population groups.
Rachel.
Yes, the change in methodology for the detailed DHC will require renewed communication effort. More discussion of the reasoning behind this choice would be helpful.
That's
The
John
default
Chaika.
should, the default should be John About.
He had no voice yesterday, so.
No, yeah,
That's why I said the default should be.
it was a discussion.
Was it John
Was that
Chaika?
Mario?
Yes, it was John Chaika. Yes, very good. I'm wondering about how much protection can be provided by synthetic estimates. As a solution, it has appeal.
Ron? Maybe? Ron.
No. Barbara Entwistle. It would be helpful to state targets for how much noise is acceptable or unacceptable with released data.
That's Spielman.
Yes. Would there be any post-processing of geography with synthetic estimates?
Question went to Gary, but I think you asked it.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, it did. Yes. Jay Bright. I said something close to that.
Yeah.
Okay. With a $1.3 billion FY 2023 budget, we are anticipating a number of major data initiatives. Our community resilience estimates, our business formation statistics, our global demographic and economic statistics, and improving data on race and ethnic demographic characteristics for our data products, as well as those of other agencies. Yes, yes. Improvements reflected in the second DHC demonstration product over the first DHC demonstration product include centenarians, relationship of householder, detailed group quarters type, presence of own children.
Alexandra.
Yes, yes. Very good. The 95th percentile absolute error and the 95th percentile absolute percent error are useful additions to the accuracy metrics.
Matt.
He introduced them. Yes, it's about Matt. But
John Chaika.
yes, John Chaika. Very good. Will machine learning techniques be used to read responses from Puerto Rico? There is special interest in how these methods will be trained.
Mario Moratti.
Yes, and finally, it's an important time for the DHC as we finalize settings for the privacy loss budget and finalize things for the planned release in May 2023.
Jason Devine.
Yes, very, very good, very good. Thank you very much, everyone. During the public comment period today at 12:30 p.m., I will verbally provide public comments that were submitted in writing. For anyone wishing to submit public comments after the meeting, the Federal Register notice located on the committee website provides more information on submitting written comments. You will also find information regarding closed captioning services on the website. Committee members, as yesterday, please keep your lines muted during this meeting unless you're called upon to speak. However, to facilitate committee discussions, members are asked to unmute their lines and keep them a more free-flowing discussion. We ask that you keep to a minimum. After the committee discussion, please mute yourselves again. The video function is available during this session and encourage all to use it while presenting and during committee discussion. Committee members, to ask a question or to make a comment, please unmute your lines, announce yourselves, and begin your questions or comments. Once you are done speaking, please mute yourselves again. Because this meeting is being recorded with transcripts, clearly state your name for the record each time you speak. Jay Bright, the committee chair, will also be responsible for facilitating and leading the committee discussions during the meeting. First on today's agenda, our committee chair, Jay Bright, will provide opening remarks. Following Jay, Mark Perry and Christine Hartley will present briefing on the base evaluation and research team, followed by discussing Ronald Prevost. Then committee Paul Bucciani will present new price adjusted economic indicator data, followed by discussing Mario Marizzi and committee discussion. After that presentation, we will have the public comment period. Comment period will have a 10-minute break. After the break, committee member Rochelle Winkler will provide the differential privacy working group deliverables for task 1 and 3. Afterwards, we will suspend the meeting until 4:30 for the committee discussion and formulation of recommendations. At 4:30, we will reconvene for the presentation of the committee's 2022 fall virtual meeting recommendations, and we will end promptly at 5 p.m. Please join me in welcoming Jay Bright, who will offer opening remarks. Jay?
Thank you, Tommy. This is Jay Bright, Chair of the Census Scientific Advisory Committee. Thanks to everyone for a great meeting yesterday. We really appreciate the clarity of the presentations. We had some really good discussion. We're looking forward to our full agenda today. Thanks again to the and making the meeting successful. CSAC members were working hard last night or working on recommendations, drafting in real time. It's really an honor to work with this group of experts. It's really interesting and exciting to be doing. So let's just briefly introduce ourselves before launching into today's agenda. And in the interest of time, maybe we can just state our name and affiliation. So I'm Jay Bright. I'm a senior fellow at NORC at the University of Chicago. So Deborah?
All right.
Deborah's
Hi.
name.
Sorry. No, I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
slow on the finding my mute button. Hi, I'm Deborah Balk. I'm from the CUNY Institute for Demographic Research and Baruch College, and I'm in New York. Thanks.
Claire?
Hi, I'm Claire Bowen. I'm a Principal Research Associate and the Statistics Methods Group Lead at the Urban Institute, and I'm calling in from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thanks. Tom?
Tom Burnell. I'm a political science professor at the University of Texas at Dallas.
You, Bill?
Hi, everyone. Bill Clark, Associate Dean of the Graduate School at Penn State University, calling in from State College, PA.
John?
I'm John Chaika, retired from Mathematica.
Thank you. Barbara? I'm not sure if Barbara could join today. Gwen?
Hi everyone, my name is Gwen Evans Lomiasa. I'm a PhD student at the University of Pennsylvania in demography.
Thank you. Mario? There's Mario. Mario, you're muted.
Hi, this is Mario Morazzi, independent researcher from San Executive Director of Puerto Rico Institute of Statistics.
Thanks. And Minak?
Hi, Manak Mazumdar. I'm the Chief Data Officer at Nielsen Company, and I'm dialing in from Brooklyn, New York.
Jessica?
Hey there, Jessica McKellar. This is a tech company that provides financial services to small businesses, and I'm in San Francisco.
And Chris?
I'm Chris Moore. I'm Senior Scholar at Caltrans from DC.
Thank you. And Ron?
Hi, I'm Ron Prevost. I'm a research professor with the Massive Data Institute at Georgetown, and I'm in Maryland.
Great, thanks. And Rogelio?
Yes, Rogelio Sainz. I'm professor of demography at the University of Texas at San Antonio, and I'm in San Antonio right now.
Thanks. Seth?
Hi, I'm Seth Spielman, calling from Boulder, Colorado, and I'm a director in the Core Search and Artificial Intelligence group at Microsoft.
Thanks. Chad? I think Chad is not here for this meeting. And Kunal?
Hi, I'm Kunal Talwar. I'm a research scientist at Apple, and I'm calling in today from the San Francisco Bay Area.
Thanks. Deepinder? How about Lance?
I'm Lance Waller, a professor in biostatistics and bioinformatics in the Rollins School of Public Health at Emory University in Atlanta.
Thank you. And Rochelle?
Hi, everyone. Rochelle Winkler, professor of sociology and demography at Michigan Technological University, calling in from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
Great. Thanks, everyone. With that, I will turn it back over to Tommy.
Tommy Wright. Thank you, Jay and committee members. First on the agenda, we will hear from Mark Perry and Christine Hartley. They will present briefing on the base evaluation and research team. There is a discussant, Ronald Prevost, and followed by committee discussion. Mark, I assume?
Yes, yeah, I'm starting out. Thanks, Tommy. I'm Mark Perry.
you.
I'm happy to be here this morning with my colleague, Christine Hartley. We're going to talk to you about the base evaluation and research team. I'm going to begin with a short introduction on the background of the population estimates program. I'll then talk a bit about the blended base as well as coverage concerns. Christine will then discuss the base evaluation and research team, and then note our stakeholder outreach, touch upon the population estimates challenge program, and then our questions for CSAC. So the population estimates program is responsible for developing annual estimates products to satisfy a legal mandate to Congress as per Title 13, Section 181. These are the official estimates of population and housing units for the Census Bureau, and they're used to allocate federal funds, develop weights for demographic surveys, to produce key statistical indicators, and facilitate planning at the state and local levels. So every year we build a time series of estimates that starts at the date of the most recent decennial census and then extends forward through the vintage year, which presents the latest year of estimates available. Vintage is the word we use to designate that we're referring to a time series of estimates. So the population estimates program releases estimates for over 80,000 areas in the United States and Puerto Rico each year for a variety of geographic levels, all the way down to cities and towns, and with varying demographic detail that includes age, sex, race, Hispanic origin for the nation, states, and counties, and estimates by age and sex for Puerto Rico and its municipios. Our latest estimates are for July 1, 2021, and they're known as Vintage 2021. So for each series of estimates, our products are released on a rolling basis from December through June of the year. So we've recently finalized the release schedule for the Vintage 2022 estimates, which you see here, and which generally adheres to our typical annual schedule. So we start in December with releasing population totals, components of change, and voting age population for the nation, states, and Puerto Rico. In March, we're releasing population totals and components of change for counties and Puerto Rico municipios. April has a release of population by age and sex for the nation. In May, we're doing population totals for cities, towns, and metro micro areas, as well as housing unit totals for the nation, states, and counties. And then in June, finally, a release of population by age, sex, race, and Hispanic origin for the nation, states, and counties. And similarly, population by age and sex for Puerto Rico and its municipios. I'll note here that we would normally put out metro and micro area population estimates in March in tandem with the county and municipio estimates. But this past year, Connecticut changed its county equivalents from its longstanding 8 counties to 9 planning regions. So for this coming year's transition, we'll wait until we have city and town estimates and then aggregate those back up to these new planning regions. And then the following year, the schedule will revert back to normal. So before I describe what was unique about Vintage 2021 and the implications of these changes, I just want to pull out a key detail regarding our methodology for population estimates at the county level of geography and above. So for these geographies, the Pop Estimates program utilizes a cohort component method to measure population change since the date of the last census through the use of a variety of administrative records on births, deaths, and migration. So you can see that process depicted here in our balancing equation, whereby the population estimate is equal to our population base, also referred to as the estimates base, plus births, minus deaths, and plus net migration. So what's important to highlight here is the estimates base, which is why it's in blue, and the fact that traditionally we use the results of the latest decennial census to serve as the base for our estimates, and then we annually measure change since the census to update our entire time series. So as many of you may know, this did not end up being the case for Vintage 2021. When the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the 2020 census, it also impacted many of the downstream programs who rely on the 2020 census data, and that includes the Pop Estimates program. So instead of having all of the results of the new census to run our estimates processing on, only limited 2020 census data were available to us for use in our estimates base. So our major challenge was to figure out how to reconcile our 2010 census-based estimate series, Vintage 2020, with the limited results that we had from the new census. That is, for the first time, we needed to actually build an estimates base. So we began to explore alternative data sources that we could use to improve upon the Vintage 2020 estimates. And the approach we ended up taking, dubbed the blended base approach, combined the Vintage 2020 estimates with 2020 census total population for counties from the redistricting file, and the National 2020 Demographic Analysis, or DA estimates by age and sex, which are national level estimates for April 1, 2020 that are developed using an alternative administrative records-based methodology. DA is used to estimate coverage in the decennial census along with the post-enumeration survey. And with the time we had available to us, this represented the most detail that we could confidently incorporate into the estimates base. What we ended up with for Vintage 2021 is an April 1, 2020 estimates base where the total population for counties and higher levels of geography matched the published results from the 2020 census. The distribution of the national resident population by age, 0 to 84 and 85 plus, and sex matches 2020 DA. And then race, Hispanic origin, and lower level geographic distributions reflect the Vintage 2020 population. And interestingly, by taking this approach, we saw the undercount for young children in the 2010 census, which our Vintage 2020 estimates carried forward to ages 10 to 14, was mitigated somewhat in the blended base approach because of our use of the DA estimates. And if you compare the base against the 2020 census counts, you see similar results and a similar impact for ages 0 to 4. And that's exactly what we illustrate here in this population pyramid. And this was published as part of a random samplings blog when we released our Vintage 2021 national estimates by age and sex back in April of this year. We have the population in millions on the x-axis, distributed by single year of age up the y-axis. male population on the left, female on the right. In this pyramid, the 2020 DA estimates are in orange. The vintage 2021 blended base is in blue. The vintage 2020 estimate for April 1, 2020 is in green. And finally, the 2020 census itself is in red. Since these data are not publicly available yet from the 2020 census, this was a special tabulation provided by said DA, and it features a small amount of differentially private noise. And so what you see overall is that for many ages, the differences between these lines are fairly minimal, and it can sometimes be hard to actually see differences among the lines. But the mitigating effect I just mentioned is visible here, where you see the red census line falling beneath the blue blended base. That indicates that there are more children aged 0 to 4 in the blended base than in the census. And then here, for ages 10 to 14, you can see that the way the blue blended baseline diverges from the green vintage 2020 line, which, as I noted, retains the undercount of young children from the 2010 census used for the base. And finally, something else that definitely jumps out, of course, is the fact that the estimates data are much smoother than the 2020 census results. The 2020 census results feature impact of age heaping for many of the ages ending in 0 or 5. So we began releasing our vintage 2021 estimates built from the blended base late December, but it was following the March 10th release of the post-enumeration survey and DA coverage measures when things started to get very interesting for us. Because that was the point at which the national discourse shifted from, what can you tell us about the quality of the census, to what are you going to do about the quality of the census? Of course, in terms of changing the results of the census for apportionment or redistricting, there's nothing to be done. But it didn't take long at all for everyone's attention to zero in on the potential for the POP estimates program to make adjustments for coverage issues in the estimates base, which would then feed into many funding formulas over the course of the decade. After all, we just spent 5 months broadcasting the fact that we weren't using a pure 2020 census base, and now had this blended base approach that combined different data sources and ended up improving the estimates for young children. Letters came in representing organizations and individuals requesting support for the estimates to reduce undercounts. We received letters from members of Congress asking for some kind of plan to make adjustments for the undercounts in the estimates. And there was media coverage across all the major outlets, both reiterating these requests and highlighting the fact that a team had been formed to deal with this and that we would keep everyone updated. So I'll now turn things over to Christine to discuss this team, the base evaluation and research team.
Great, thank you, Mark. Of course, we are here today to discuss that new team, the base evaluation and research team, or BERT. Let me take control of these slides. All right, so the central mission of BERT is to research the feasibility of taking coverage measures from the PES, DA, and other sources into account in the development of the population estimates. So our team includes subject matter experts in the area of POP estimates, coverage measurement, age and sex statistics, race and ethnicity, demography, and disclosure avoidance. And essentially, moving forward, our team's research findings will inform decisions about what 2020 census data are used in the blended base and whether there are adjustments that can be made to the census data used in the base, which could be applied in an equitable, methodologically sound, and demographically plausible way. So in the meantime, the POP Estimates program staff will continue to work on improving the blended base, but those improvements won't include incorporating more data or making adjustments until we have findings from BERT to justify those changes. Now, it's useful to highlight that the BERT research is not the first of its kind, but it, in fact, is part of a legacy of post-decennial census adjustment research. One of the earliest activities for our team was to dive into that history and determine what types of adjustments had been applied to the estimates in the past, what kind of precedent was there. What we learned is that ultimately, while updates to accommodate official changes from programs like count question resolution are a standard feature of the base population, The POP estimates program has never adjusted the census totals in the estimate space for coverage issues. There were a couple of things that came close. In the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the POP estimates program used something called the inflation-deflation method to preserve the age distributions of the undercount from the most recent decennial census within the estimate space. So this was essentially an adjustment that kept undercounts in the base population and did not age them forward across the decade. So it basically prevented what we just saw in the POP pyramid for kids ages 10 to 14. But this did not change the total population. It was just a redistribution, and not completely unlike what the blended base did to the vintage 2020 estimates by using the demographic analysis data. And importantly, this was not an adjustment that was designed to fix a coverage issue in the base. Meanwhile, the Bureau of Labor Statistics requested that the current population survey controls that we create for them be adjusted for coverage error in the 1990 census using the PES results. And so this was done from 1995 to 2003. What's interesting here is that, according to our research, there was general agreement that it would have been optimal to adjust the estimates base and then create the controls from that base instead of using an unadjusted base to create the controls and then applying adjustments to the controls. But the POP estimates program back then specifically wanted to avoid the appearance of making coverage adjustments. And this is despite the way that the door has generally been left open for these kinds of changes, even following the 1999 Supreme Court ruling, which prohibited the Census Bureau from using post-enumeration surveys to adjust the data used for apportionment. The possibility still existed for other census products and the POP estimates to feature such adjustments. But the issue seems to always have been identifying adjustments that are equitable and justifiable. And I'll discuss this challenge a bit more momentarily. So what does the latest iteration of this research endeavor look like? In terms of the work that is now underway, the BERT research is being conducted in the first phase, which began a few months ago. We're focusing on identifying issues in the 2020 census. So using our internal expertise to reach an official consensus as to what warrants adjustments. To that end, we have sub-teams that are focusing on 3 subject matter areas: coverage, age and sex, and race and Hispanic origin. So each of these subject areas are taking a close look at what kinds of results we saw in 2010, what the changes have been, whether there are operational or quality metrics that correspond with any changes, whether the 2020 results meet our expectations based on demographic expertise, and if coverage measures that suggest an overcount or an undercount corroborate with anything else that we've identified as unexpected or implausible. Phase 1 also serves as our opportunity to document what does not look like an issue and why, to ensure that we can justify why we would not adjust something that could be perceived as an issue. In Phase 2, we take those findings and determine, based on complexity, scope, and timing, what can potentially be incorporated for the upcoming estimate series and what needs to be tabled perhaps for a future vintage. And finally, we move to Phase 3, where we identify what can be done. Are there pre-existing techniques to make adjustments for the issues that we've identified? Can we develop our own techniques using information from the coverage measures? Given what we know about the design and limitations of the coverage measures, are they robust enough to be used this way? Are there perhaps other reliable data sets that could inform an adjustment? We've already begun discussions with other areas of the Census Bureau to leverage their administrative records expertise, and we're hoping to gain from them insight into the strengths and limitations of various data sources as part of our greater effort to have solid documentation regarding our decision-making process. Unsurprisingly, a research endeavor of this magnitude will take time, particularly due to how critical it is that any adjustments that we apply are thoughtful, equitable, methodologically sound. Furthermore, the specific timeline to implement any potential adjustments is dependent on our POP estimates production schedule, which is bound on one side by the availability of input data and on the other by our legislative mandate to publish estimates by the end of the calendar year. So that is to say there isn't flexibility to change the production schedule, so BERT findings must be worked into that schedule. And this means that based on where we are in our preparations for the upcoming vintage 2022 estimates, the soonest that we could potentially see any adjustments to the base population would be for our following round of vintage 2023 estimates, which will be released on a rolling basis from December 2023 through June of 2024. However, even that is contingent on BERT identifying an issue and recommending an adjustment that can be accommodated into the estimates. Any recommendations must be provided to the POP Estimates program staff to develop the code to implement adjustments and then run simulations to test and review those adjustments. But not all of the issues that are identified by BERT may necessarily be solvable within the POP Estimates production context. For example, targeting an adjustment for one variable, one group, or one geography can potentially create issues elsewhere, like implausible demographic patterns. As another example, an issue that we saw raised throughout our historical research was the challenge of taking an adjustment at the national level and applying it subnationally in a way that makes sense. So this is especially challenging given the lack of strong benchmark data to inform targeted subnational adjustments. What the other research efforts like BERT seem to agree on is that the issue is not at the national level, but the 40,000 subnational places, any of whom will be equally invested in any changes that are being applied and ready to speak up if they disagree how an adjustment worked for their specific area. But again, should BERT research result in recommendations which are successfully programmed and passed through our rigorous review processes, then vintage 2023 would be the first opportunity to see any of these adjustments. There are several other major considerations impacting the schedule that are also important to note. First, while the BERT research is underway, the POP Estimates program is also engaged in its regular suite of production activities, research, simulations, review, and dissemination, which very much absorb all the resources that our area has available. In fact, with our current staffing levels, we're already very constrained with regard to the amount of estimates improvement research that we can engage in, whether that research is targeting the base population or ways we can improve our other methods, such as how we measure the components of change. To that end, we are currently working with executive leadership to pursue our options for increasing our staffing levels. And although initially the focus will be on support for BERT, our goal is to establish an infrastructure that prioritizes estimates improvements and which can carry us through the decade and beyond. A second major consideration is the fact that, as we mentioned earlier, the blended base is not currently using any 2020 census data beyond the total population for counties and higher levels of geography. So to make adjustments for coverage that use 2020 census data, that means that first we have to have differentially private 2020 census data that we can incorporate into the base by the time that we would begin to code potential changes to the estimate space. This necessitates approval from the Data Stewardship Executive Policy Committee, or DSEP, and so we're working on a proposal for them as we speak. A third major consideration pertains to the race variable and the fact that direct comparisons between 2020 census race data and benchmarks from the POP Estimates program are not yet possible because they require the modified race variable, which redistributes the some other race responses from the census into the Office of Management and Budget race categories. And this makes them consistent with the race categories that are available on the administrative inputs that we use for estimates production. The research to produce the modified race file is underway, but it's also impacted by differential privacy, so it's part of that request that we're preparing for DSEB. Needless to say, there are a lot of details being worked out with regard to the race portion of our research. And for that reason, among others, we anticipate that it will lag behind the other BERT research areas a little bit. Although it's worth noting that just in general, we fully expect the findings for each of these areas to feed into each other and for kind of the direction of the research to evolve accordingly. So what I've laid out for you today is really just a sample of the starting points for our work. Today's presentation is the latest in a series of stakeholder engagements that we've had over the course of the year. And some others examples are featured on this slide, including fairly regular updates to our partners in the Federal State Cooperative for Population Estimates, or FSCPE, as well as other stakeholder groups, an update to the National Advisory Committee back in May, and numerous updates to members of Congress and their staff. Looking ahead, a sample of some other activities that we have planned include a public webinar highlighting updates to our Vintage 2022 methods and data, which is similar to one that we did last year for Vintage 2021, and which would likely take place in November. We then have our 2 upcoming meetings with the FSCPE in the winter with the steering committee, and then in the spring with the full membership. Later in the year, should the BERT findings result in recommendations to the POP estimate staff and those simulations pan out and pass the review, we would plan to share those findings at an expert meeting in the early fall. And of course, we expect that there will be assorted opportunities for webinars and other briefings as we have findings or other new information to share. And all of these will be opportunities for our stakeholders and data users to provide us with their feedback on our findings and plans. And there will soon be another mechanism for stakeholders to offer feedback on our plans, and this is specifically pertaining to our Population Estimates Challenge program, which provides the opportunities for governmental units to challenge the official estimates developed from the estimates base by submitting additional data to the Census Bureau for evaluation. This program was suspended back in 2019 to accommodate decennial census activities, as is a usual practice for us. And we're in the process of finalizing a Federal Register notice to resume the program for our upcoming Vintage 2022 estimates. And this Federal Register notice will include a 30-day comment period. Our challenge program is structured to permit challenges when, following our established estimates criteria, standards, and methodology, governmental units suspect that there's been an error or that they have access to better data to represent some component of our methodology. Importantly, this model excludes challenges to the estimate space. As we described, the blended base consists of a combination of 2020 census data, 2020 demographic analysis data, and the Vintage 2020 estimates. And it's not feasible to break these down into challengeable components. So this is consistent with our past approach where the decennial census served as the estimates base and was also not in scope for challenges. Similarly, geographic boundary changes are not covered by this program as they are handled elsewhere at the Bureau. Estimates may be challenged, again, in cases where there appears to have been some kind of technical error in processing the input data or where incorrect input data were used. So for challenges to the county estimates, this means that a governmental unit may provide data on births, deaths, group quarters pop change since the date of the census, or domestic or net international migration. Meanwhile, our sub-county population estimates are based on, we cover it today, but a distributive housing unit method. And so for sub-county challenges, data related to changes in an area's housing stock may be submitted. And this includes residential building permits and non-permitted new construction, certificates of occupancy, housing conversions, demolitions and non-permitted housing loss, mobile home placements, and change in facility group quarters population since Census Day. So when a governmental unit expresses interest in challenging their estimate, the POP Estimates program provides them with a derivation sheet that contains all the components used to create the estimate. And then official requests to challenge an estimate have to be received by us within 90 days of the release of the estimate by the Census Bureau. And they must include a letter from the chief executive officer or highest elected official in addition to the supporting evidence, all of which gets outlined in the challenge program guide that we make available on the website. So that is all the information that we have for you today, but we do also have 2 questions for the committee. First, do you have feedback on our criteria for adjustments to the base population that I mentioned a couple of times, specifically that the adjustments that we make have to be equitable, methodologically sound, and result in estimates that are demographically plausible? And then second, are there suggestions from CSAC members on how we can more effectively communicate information about the BERT research? Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mark and Christine. This is Jay Bright. Rob, Santos, you have your hand up, so I'm going to recognize you.
Thank you very much. Christine, I had a question. You mentioned that the challenge program will be resumed to challenge fiscal year 22. Are there any plans for 21?
So when we do resume the program, you actually challenge the time series. So the challenge program will be active for vintage 2022 estimates for either July 1st, 2021 or July 1st, 2022. So it should cover both dates.
Thank you. This is Jay Bright again. I now want to introduce our CSAC discussant, Ron Prevost.
Bear with me, I can't seem to be able to change these slides. Hold on. There we go. Hi, I'm Ron Prevost. I wanted to thank the Census Bureau for their wonderful presentation and also commend them for initiating the BERT research. The Population Estimates Program provides arguably some of the most important demographic statistics the Bureau produces. As mentioned, they impact state and local resource distribution, annual IRS bonding authority, state housing credits, Senate clerk hire, etc. The PEP significantly impacts demographic and social economic surveys as weights or controls, and these surveys influence policy decisions, private uses, and support agency data requirements across the federal government. And in the case of the CPS, a key indicator of the economy, they support the unemployment rate. They also provide key workload and quality measures for the decennial census. The program has been in place since the 1960s with its relationship with the FSCPE. It relies on administrative records, but only uses a fraction of those held by the Census Bureau. Expanded use of existing data together with employment of the modified 2020 census data requires innovative methodologies, and these methodologies need to be understood by local governments and stakeholders. In improving these methodologies and approaching, it should be kept in mind that statistical equity is achieved.
Ron, I'm sorry to interrupt. It seems like you're lagging one slide behind.
Oh, really?
We're seeing general comments.
Huh.
Ron, would you like me to run your slides?
Hold on.
Are you good?
I got it. Thank you. Yeah, it's anyway, where was I? Oh, statistical equity is achieved by using the best data and methodology for a given area. And this is akin to the decennial census. It is not necessarily achieved by using the same methodology and data sets across the nation. As mentioned, there are challenges of mitigating the 2020 census coverage issues, uneven responses in the post-census group quarters reviews. And another challenge relates particularly to the state and county estimates, as its reliance on the modified age, race, sex file, which requires conversion of races collected in the census to the estimates race. Also, this conversion in developing the file requires the need for the detailed demographic characteristics and housing file. Finally, there's how to use the local data provided by health departments, et cetera, and how can you align their race characteristics with those of the MARS file and of the 2020 census. As mentioned by Christine, there are significant challenges and resources in order to make this program work. One of the things in constant dollars is the support for the population estimates program has declined over the past several decades. And it's experienced a 20% reduction in funding and close to a 40% reduction in FTEs. In order to support the BERT program, I feel strongly that more resources need to be provided to support. In their discussion of the population estimates challenges, there has been a significant reduction in those successful challenges in the 2010 decade versus those in the 2000 decade. This is not related necessarily to an increase in quality in the statistics. It's more related to the fact that there were administrative changes in implementing the challenge program. They asked me about these questions about feedback on criteria for adjustments and suggestions on how they can more effectively communicate. Given all the challenges faced in the population estimates program, it suggests that they increase resources to support continuing year-round research throughout the decade, that they further partnership with co-op members to provide local area knowledge, additional data sources, and methodological improvements, that they enhance the estimates challenge program to solicit engagement with local governments, that there is an acceptance of a success, or in the acceptance of a successful sub-county challenge. That acceptance should not negatively impact other areas within the county by being controlled to those county totals. This also tends to limit a given political geography's submission of a challenge because of the impact it might have on their neighboring municipalities. Finally, develop the best data and methodology to be employed for each state. One thing that we've not been discussing is an adjusted base for housing data, vacancy, and persons per household. This is required to support the sub-county program, to support demographic understanding, and to deal with the issue that in the 2020 census, in the disclosure avoidance process, there is not a linkage between population and housing. We also suggest that you link the 2010 and 2020 census records to understand and improve the quality of baseline age, race, sex, and ethnicity data that are used to develop the current estimates. To also use the math, particularly for sub-county areas, existing administrative records files, and ultimately the FRAMES program to improve accuracy of baseline data and the estimates. Another suggestion would be to collect group quarters lists, including capacity and attendance information from co-op members for the base measures and throughout the decade for individual facilities. Related to program and discussion of goals, I suggest you make and provide publicly available a detailed research schedule for each subject matter component that you've discussed, that there be a definition of short, medium, and long-term goals, and that you provide what your key decision points are and how you evaluate how specific decisions impact the final numbers. I also suggest that you solicit methodological review from external researchers, collect information and understand the utility and the impact of annual statistics on local government resources as they're related to local government laws, state code, and regulations. Related to the communication question, the Census Bureau's brand could be enhanced influence of the population estimates program and its impact on demographic surveys produced for other agencies. This could be done through producing briefs that talk about the impact of these survey weights on the surveys. It could also be done by co-branding with your sponsors. Producing briefs on the impact that it has on government decision-making and resource decisions. Briefs that are provided for the methodology used, constraints experienced in the production of those estimates, and the relationship that the Census Bureau has with state demographers. Finally, I think it's really important that you provide training, outreach, perhaps videos on the ability for local governments to improve their statistics by partnering with the Census Bureau in the Estimates Challenge and the special censuses. And in developing this partnership, it will ultimately improve the collection of information, the trust, and the support for the next decennial census. Finally, on this communication slide, I think you should enhance the messaging for the post-census group quarters review to engage those governments that represent smaller populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron. This is Jay Bright again. So CSAC members, if you have questions or comments, please raise your hands. I want to give Mark and Christine an opportunity to respond if they have some quick reactions, and we're just slightly over, so we want to be mindful of the time. But please, Mark or Christine, if you have anything to say.
Well, thank you very much for those helpful and thoughtful recommendations. I think especially pertaining to how you describe statistical equity and using the best data methodology for a given area, not necessarily the same methodology across the board. That's something that we are hearing from a lot of our stakeholders in terms of recommendations. And given how many geographies that we're responsible for, aside from re-examining our methodologies, what we would need to be able to do something like that really is resources to be able to first, to assign staff to research where the methods are a better fit, where they're not, and then, to get, set on working to develop more customized approaches across a given geography. And that's just something that we haven't been able to support before. But if we do end up with this, support for a year-round research program like you described, I think that that's within our means to try to take a closer look at that approach. But, we're definitely on board with a lot of your recommendations. I think we're on the same page. Mark, did you want to say anything?
Just that, many of the things that you discussed, Ron, are things that we've informally already talked amongst ourselves about. So we're definitely coming at this from the same angle.
Great, thank you very much. Rochelle?
Hi, thank you for a really great presentation. I'm excited to learn more about this program. I just have a question about the 2020 census data. So after the release of the DHC, we'll have more age-specific data. Does the PEP program plan to continue to use the blended base that you've been using for the last couple of vintages? Or will that blend it, or will you shift to using the Census 2020 data after the DHC are released? I didn't quite understand that relationship.
It's a really good question. And it actually has more to do with that request that I mentioned, where we're kind of exploring how to develop, to obtain differentially private 2020 census data that we can use in the estimates. The DHC doesn't actually contain all of the variables that we need for our estimates processing. It doesn't contain a MAF ID, which is something that we used for geographic updates, and it doesn't have the modified race data. So it's not as easy as, we have access to that file and we can drop the data in. So what we're doing is we're really putting that responsibility on BERT to assess, what 2020 census data do we have available, and, if it meets our needs for estimates processing, what's a good fit. So we don't have plans to immediately shift over to using the DHC. It really is going to be the result of the BERT research and looking at the data and saying, yes, pulling this in would make the estimate space better.
Okay, so just to clarify then, that would mean you said the BERT data wouldn't, if there are changes based on BERT, it wouldn't come into play until the vintage 2023 estimates. So that's same timeline for incorporating like Census 2020 data. It would be after that 2023?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Rogelio?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, very informative. And I'm especially looking at the race and ethnicity and its implications for the population estimates. And I was pleased with the changes that were made that with the characters as well as the number of races and so forth. But that really changes things as we go from 2010 or 2019 to the present, which makes it difficult, of course, with the population estimates and the adjustments that have to be done. But a couple of things. One is whether there's also plans for the population projections, because they're going to be involved in similar kind of as they go forward. And then another one would be another major challenge, and whether there would be data available, would be as we look backwards in terms of trying to make adjustments from 2019, 2018, 2010 data that'll allow us also, because it's going to take a long time when we get kind of trend data as we go from year to year post 2020, so that if we have compared to 2010 versus 2020 or so, whether there's going to be information like crosswalks, for example, that would make available the comparisons from pre-2020 to 2020 and post-2020, so that we're looking at real change as opposed to categorical or administrative kind of changes. And then something that seems to be, I'm sure that this is something that is already being in discussions, but that is in terms of people who shifted racial categories, that they become multiracial or some other race. If you have analysis, for example, or planning on who those particular individuals are, based on 2010 census, for example, how they classified themselves racially and ethnically, and perhaps that could give some information that would be useful as we go forward. So I don't know if there's a couple of questions in there, but some commentary as well.
I can take the part on pop projections. I don't know if Mark, you can speculate on the race and ethnicity changes, but for the pop projections, that's definitely something we're also taking into consideration, and it's very much tied into the changes that we make for the pop estimates program, because our methodology for our past couple series of projections has been to use the estimates as the base for the projections, so that any changes that we incorporate into the estimates base are what we start our projection series off of. Mark, do you have any insight into the other piece of it?
For the bridging aspect, I know when the first 2020 data were released last year, we went to great lengths to emphasize that change from 2010 to 2020 represented both demographic change as well as sort of the methodological enhancements and the coding and categories and the character expansions and all of that. I know there were discussions about doing bridging at some point, but I don't have any more detail than that. I don't know if it's a definitive thing. I know there have been other people who have suggested that it would be very useful for kind of analysis, and particularly for the pop projections program, when you're projecting ahead to have kind of a more accurate depiction of what that change from 2020 looked like. So it would certainly be a useful thing both internally and externally. But Karen is not on here today, right? So no, so I don't have any definitive more details than that. I'm sorry.
And in terms of analyses on individuals who shifted race categories, I don't have direct insight into whether our colleagues in a pop division who focus on race and ethnicity are considering that, but that's something that we can definitely look into. We can have discussions with them about what types of analyses they have planned.
Yeah. So hello, I'm sorry to interject. Hello, Rogelio.
Hello.
Good to see everyone. This is Roberto Ramirez with the Census Bureau and Pop Division. I was reluctant to jump in because I know we're really going over time, but yes, I just want to assure everyone we have members from the race ethnicity team on the BERT team examining, the changes in race, as Mark mentioned in 2020. We made some enhancements to the race question. We added a white, black, write-in lines, as many of you know. And so we've seen an increase in multiple reporting, some other race reporting. So we are working very closely with the estimates team to bridge the data, to conduct more research. So yes, this is all in the works.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm sorry to interrupt and cut off discussion. This is an extremely important topic, and we hope to hear more about it. And that will be reflected in our recommendations as well. But now I'd like to turn it back over to Tommy Ray.
Thank you, Jay, and sincere thanks to Mark, Christine, and Ron, as well as committee members for the discussion. Next, Paul Bucciani will present new price adjusted economic indicator data. There's a discussant, Mario Marazzi, and committee discussion. Paul?
Yes, thank you. I just took control of the screen to see the slides.
I think it's stopped sharing. Give me just one moment, Paul.
Sure. In the meantime, I'll introduce myself. I'm Paul Buccioni. I am the branch chief in the retail indicator branch at Census. I work on the monthly retail surveys as well as the quarterly e-commerce survey. Okay, I can see it now. Do I have to take control? All right. Okay, I took control and still don't see the slides.
Advanced slides for you, Paul. Will that work? It seems like it stopped sharing. Yeah, it seems like it stopped sharing once you take control.
Okay.
So give me just a moment,
Sure.
I'll reload.
Okay.
Do you have your camera
Okay,
on, Paul?
I do.
I think it's just on my end. All right, if you'll just say next slide when you're ready, I'll advance for you.
Sure. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about the new price adjusted indicator data. And this will be specifically for our monthly wholesale product. So next slide. So here are some headlines about price volatility in the news. You got some quotes here from articles from Cox Automotive, from Bloomberg, from CNBC, from Wall Street Journal, talking about wholesale inflation in particular months and gasoline and food lifting the U.S. producer prices in February. These are just some things that we have seen. There was a group that was put together at Census years ago to look at some price adjusted data, but with everything going on in the recent year or so now with inflation, everything, we felt there was a good opportunity here to revisit this and to put out a product. Next slide. So what you'll see here, these slides are from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, and what this is showing is their producer price index, their PPI volatility. And there's two examples here. You have foods on the left-hand side, and you have energy on the right-hand side. And what it's showing you is basically a PPI for final demand with a 1 month percent change or a month-to-month percent change at a seasonally adjusted level. It gives you a 5-year span. So on the left-hand side, you could see from August 17 all the way to August 22, you could see the volatility, and then clearly you could see more of the volatility during the time of when the pandemic first started. And similarly to the right-hand side, you see the energy sector with the same PPI for final demand with a month-to-month percent change on a seasonally adjusted basis. Again, you could see the volatility a little bit more pronounced in the pandemic area, and then just a little bit more recently as well. Next slide, please. So what are we doing here? We're trying to add value to the existing census data that we already have. Census produces 13 economic indicators, and most of those are produced on a nominal basis. We all know that price changes can skew underlying trends in the data that we do publish. So we put together a census team, and we met with various government agencies over the last several years. We met with BEA, Bureau of Economic Analysis, USDA, and BLS. And what this did is it led to an agreement to join forces with BEA to further investigate and ensure harmonization in data. So the group was consisted of census members as well as some BEM members to understand what it is that they do and to gain feedback. So this joint team kicked off a little more than a year ago on September 1st of 2021. Next slide. So the Census BEA started this constant dollar team, and we had some goals. We had some short-term goals and some long-term goals. In the short term, we wanted to create an experimental sales product by September 30th of 2022 to accompany the Census Bureau's September 19th, so it was about a couple weeks ago, 2022. That it was released as an experimental data product. We've got a number of those at Census. It gives us an opportunity to keep reviewing our methodology, to gain feedback from data users, and to look at other data sources. It follows the lead of the international trade and the BEA price adjustment processes. We tried to do that as well as we could to stay in harmonization with them so that we weren't doing anything that was too different. And we leveraged the published data that we already have from Census with the wholesale release and Census Recon data, economic census, and the BLS. Next slide. So the coverage for this. The coverage for this project was to match the MWTS, the monthly wholesale trade survey, meaning only the merchant wholesalers, excluding the MSBOs. So currently the monthly MWTS the coverage is for distributors, importers, and exporters, and it excludes manufacturers, sales branches and offices, and agents and brokers. Those are included on the annual survey. We came up with estimates for all 4-digit wholesale NAICS, plus the total wholesale number and the total durable and non-durable goods. And since we had to start with the time series, we decided to go back to 2012, since that is currently what the indicator surveys and what the wholesale surveys are based off of 2012, not 2017 yet. Next slide. And this is just a reiteration of what I just kind of said in the mapping format. So you can see that the MWTS coverage, it covers distributors, exporters, and importers, and does not cover the MSBOs and the agents and brokers. Next slide. So here's kind of the approach that we used. So we started from top to the bottom. We started with the 2012 MWTS sales as our time series, equaling the 2012 economic census, since that's the census we're working off of. We identified products from the 2012 economic census for wholesale, and we tried to get a 90% coverage of each industry where we could. We wanted to get 98% coverage, and then what we would do is for the other part, if it was around 91 or 92, we would equate the 90 up to 100 to compensate for the difference. And we would look at the product lines that were from 2012. We then decomposed that product data to come up with domestic versus imports using the 2012 international trade data and econ census manufacturing data. So we first started with total merchant sales from the 2012 census to figure out which product lines we're going to include for weighting purposes. And then from there, we looked at 2012 import data from our international trade program and the manufacturing shipments from the 2012 economic census. And then once we had the imports and the manufacturing shipments data, we calculated the percent split of imports versus domestic for the relevant product lines by taking the value of the imports and dividing by the total of imports and manufacturing shipments. And so then the balance went to the domestic segment. And then from there, we split the total merchant sales between merchants excluding the MSBOs and the MSBOs by very definition, just to understand, is that the majority of the MSBO sales are derived from domestic manufacturers. So we attributed all of the import values calculated at the total merchants level to merchants excluding MSBOs. From there, we had to then find the price series that would match. So we used the import price index, which comes from the BLS MXP index, and the producer price index, which comes from the BLS PPI. Some of you might be asking, so what about exports, right? So for this project, the majority of the NAICS in wholesale have small export amounts for merchants, excluding MISBOs, and some are a little larger. But for this first release, we focused on the domestic and imports as they are a bigger proportion of the overall sales, and this was the priority. We're looking at incorporating exports into a future version of the product as we need to refine the approach as we move forward with this. And so once we got found the proper price series, we then got the product weights to match to the PPI and the MX series to the product lines that we originally found from the first step. We then applied those weights to the price indexes to get the deflator, and then ultimately what you get is the real dollar estimates based off of the base year of 2012. Next slide, please. So what this will show you is a product weighting example. So we'll take NAICS 4243, which is the apparel, piece goods, and notions. So what you see here is we got the coverage I was mentioning before.
Paul, excuse me just a moment.
Coverage. Sure.
Excuse me just a moment. Can everyone mute their line, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Paul.
No problem. So the apparel, piece, goods, and notions, as I mentioned before, we're trying to get 90% coverage. We got 91.1%. As you can see, it's broken up mainly into apparel and footwear, with 70.5% for apparel, 20.6% for footwear. And then the apparel can be broken down even further into men's and boys' clothing, women's and girls' clothing, children's clothing, and men's and women's clothing accessories. So those were, along with footwear, were the products that we used because it made up the majority. The other ones were smaller. So the other product category and the related product lines were excluded for purposes of weighting the NAICS 4243. And then we used the BLS import price index and producer price index were applied at the apparel and the footwear product category levels for purposes of calculating the real dollar estimates. Next slide, please. What are some of the limitations that we have with this product? The product weights are currently based on the annual product data, and it does not account for seasonal variation. So that is definitely some future enhancement that we will look at, and we're currently using the product lines from that 2012 economic census. The MWTS sample, the monthly wholesale sample, is not controlled for products, meaning we can't determine and control what is actually sold in each one of those categories each month in those particular NAICS industries. We can control for the NAICS, but not exactly the products that are sold. The MWTS is subject to sampling and non-sampling error. Currently, no estimate of the non-sampling error is associated with the BLS prices. So that is another limit. Next slide, please. Now we'll get into some of the graphs and what they look like with our nominal figures versus our real dollars. So this is the total merchant wholesale sales, excluding MISBOs. And what we did for purposes of these time series graphs is to take them back to the beginning of the time series in 2012. And so as you can see here, the nominal line that we've been publishing for a while is in the gray, and the blue line is the real dollar estimate. So as you can see, up until about October of end of October 14, they're pretty close, and then the nominal was underneath the real, and it kind of stayed that way for a while until you get to about the beginning of 21, where then the nominal is higher than the real dollar estimates. And that's what you could see from this graph here. We'll take a look at some other graphs as well. This is you can go on to the next one, sorry. So what this shows is the census real numbers versus the nominal in a month-to-month percent change. And we just show you this over the last year to get a feel for this. So what this is showing over the last year is that in July of 2022, the nominal change was down 1.4%. But if you adjusted that for real dollars, looking at all of them combined, you would get a 1.3%. One thing to keep in mind is that when we were doing the weighting is that the aggregates are done using a Fisher chain weighted method for the real dollar adjustment, whereas the 4-digit detailed NAICS are using fixed weighted method for the real dollar adjustment. And then what happens and what you get, and I'll show you this later, is you get residuals between the 2-digit aggregate and the sum of the 3-digit, or between the 3-digit and the sum of the 4-digit. Next slide, please. So here we're going to look at the durable goods wholesalers. This is the durable goods aggregate, excluding MISBOs. This one's a little bit different. As you can see here, again, going back to 2012, pretty nominal and real are pretty close. You see a little bit of a difference in around the 2016 area, but pretty close all the way up until about the beginning of 21, where you could start to see the nominal pull away and be higher than the real dollar estimate. Next slide. And again, here is the month-to-month percent changes with the census real versus the nominal. And so again, if you're looking at July, we published up 0.6 for the nominal month-to-month change. And if you would have adjusted for that using the Fisher chain method, you would get a real dollar percent change of 1.1%. So this kind of gives you a flavor of what you could see over the year going back to the previous July. Next slide, please. So now we can take a look at some individual categories, some 4-digit NAICS. So this is the motor vehicle and motor vehicle parts and supplies. Again, going back to 2012, there's not much of a difference here. Even during the pandemic, as you could see the large drop there, not much of a difference. But what you're starting to see, and we've seen a lot of this in the news in all sectors, with auto in January of 21, going forward to current now, is you start to see that the nominal is higher than what the real dollar estimate would be. Similar pattern, just at a higher level. And on the next slide, excuse me. Next slide, we'll look at one like I always used to call this one like kind of like the poster child for price adjustment. This is lumber and other construction materials. So what you see here going back for the last 12 years is that basically the nominal figure has been above the real dollar going all the way back to around October 2012 and still staying that way. Definitely pulling away in the last 2 years since the pandemic with everything that is going on with lumber. So you can clearly see that here in that graph. Next slide. Here is the non-durable good aggregate. So this one is a little different. Going back in time, you start to see the nominal separates itself from the real in around end of 2014. And it continues to do so throughout the pandemic. And then right around the time of mid-April 21, you start to see it change, where the nominal has gone above the real dollar estimates in that time frame up until where we are now. And then recently, if you look at the nominal just in the last month, starting to dip back down again. Next slide. And here is the month-to-month percent change for the nominal. For the non-durable good category. So big difference in this one, as you can see, the nominal we produced in July of 22 was down 3.2%, whereas if you adjusted it using the Fisher chain method, you would get an estimate of up 1.3%. Next slide. Here is another category that this is very similar to what the durables looked like a couple of slides earlier. This is the wholesale sales for grocery and related products. So as you can see, again, a little bit similar to what we saw with lumber as well. As you can see, starting around October 12, January 13, in that price in that time frame, you see the nominal has been above the real for some time, and then starting to take off again a little bit more, pulling away from each other, starting in the beginning of 2021 and still up until July of 22, which is the latest. Next slide. And then here's a very volatile one, which is petroleum and petroleum products, which is, as we know, has been volatile all over with gas prices. So here you could see there is a big gap between the nominal and the real dollar estimates, starting somewhere around the 2014 range. Pretty big gap. It only starts to get to cross over in earlier this year, around January, where you start to see the nominal go ahead. And just in the last month alone, the July 22, you see the data coming down and almost getting closer and starting to a point where it looks like it could end up potentially meeting again in a future month. Next slide. So for this experimental release, what are we actually releasing to the public on the website? We have a table of recent months, which I'll show you in a second. And we also have a time series that dates back to 2012, which will include the real dollar estimates for every industry, detailed, and aggregates back to 2012, as well as the residual differences, as I mentioned earlier. Next slide. So here is what the current table looks like that we publish right now that's out on our website. So it looks very similar to the monthly wholesale product that is released now monthly. This is only for sales, not inventories. The thing that's a little bit different is if you look, you'll see that we provide data for July, June, May, April, and March, and then the year ago. That's because the revision methodologies for census and BLS are different. So for census, when we publish the current month, we can revise the prior month, and we can revise the prior month from a year ago on a seasonally adjusted basis. But what BLS does is when they put out their current PPI or whatever index it is, they revise the prior 4 months as well. And so that will affect the month-to-month changes as well. So we include that all here on this table, as well as in the time series table, which is included online, as well as the residuals and the differences between those 2 and 3 digit NAICS and those 3-digit and 2 digits compared to the sum of the 4 digits. Next slide. So what are the future steps for this team as we move forward? Well, we clearly want to obtain feedback and make improvements. That's why it's an experimental product. We have a dedicated mailbox to be able to monitor any types of phone calls and any types of emails we get from data users and from conferences and things like that, from internal and external presentations, such as the one I'm giving right now. We'll be looking to do, as I mentioned, this was price adjusted just for sales. We'll be looking to price adjust the wholesale inventories as well, because we feel like we have a system in place to be able to do that as well. And we'll be looking at other sectors such as services, retail, and manufacturing. And there has already been some preliminary work done right now for services and retail. We currently have a blog on our retail site right now, which talks about price adjustment and inflation for the indicators. So that's just something that we will continue to work on as we move forward with the team. And so to end the presentation, there are a couple questions as myself and the team went through this that we have for the members here. Number one, are there other data sources that you know of that could improve the quality of the product weights on a more timely basis other than the ones that we use now? And secondly, what sector would you suggest we prioritize next if we were to expand to another indicator release? So thank you all.
Thank you very much. This is Jay Bright. I want to recognize Mario Marazzi as the CSAC discussant.
I think you're
Mario Marazzi here.
Okay, there you go.
Slow with my mute button there. Good afternoon, Paul, and thank you and your team for the very interesting presentation and for the excellent work you guys are doing. Can everyone see the slide?
Yes.
I'm going to try to take control. All right. So this is one of the only presentations in this CSAC meeting where we get a chance to change gears briefly and discuss topics related to economic measurement. So as an economist, I'm excited. So why is this important? Economic activity is measured at constant prices, that is after adjusting for the influence that price movements have on nominal values or current price values. But at least 3 different federal statistical agencies intervene in this process. Census estimates monthly sales at current prices, so that's before adjusting for the price movements. BLS estimates the monthly price indexes that are used to perform the price adjustment. And finally, BEA uses Census and BLS data to estimate quarterly sales constant prices. So after Census and BLS publish their monthly data, but before the BEA has published its quarterly data, users try to predict what the BEA will publish by processing the Census and BLS data on their own. So you might imagine there's quite a bit of money on the table that can be earned if you can adequately predict the results the BEA publishes on the state of the US economy. Furthermore, federal economic policymakers also try to predict BEA results in this way in order to fine-tune their policy decisions. This also means each user has their own way of processing the data, which can lead to inconsistent results and conclusions about the direction of the economy is going in the near term. As a result, this initiative is a clear instance in which additional interagency statistical coordination can lead to a better outcome for all. So I commend the 3 agencies, Census, BLA, BLS, and BEA, for hashing it out and for beginning the process, how to present something users can take off the shelf for near-term macroeconomic surveillance. Users will always be able to process the data on their own if they so wish, but these indicators have the potential to allow less room for inconsistency in the conclusions different analysts might reach. And in my opinion, that is a public good, by which I mean that it is good for the public at large. So last week, as I was recovering from Hurricane Fiona in Puerto Rico, the Census Bureau was nice enough to publish this fascinating experimental data product dedicated to moving forward on this important agenda. Between power outages, I began to examine their results. This is an experimental data product that is currently being evaluated. The Census Bureau does a great job at listening to anyone who has an opinion, so please share this experimental data product with any colleagues you may have that work in the area of macroeconomic surveillance. They can submit their public comments directly to the folks working on this at the Census Bureau by emailing econ.real.wholesale@census.gov. So now, please allow me to fill in some of the technical details, at least from my humble understanding of the methodological approach of this experimental data product. Clearly, they start from the monthly wholesale trade survey, which gives them a current price and sales values of wholesale industries at the 4-digit NAICS level. But as we know, industries can produce several different kinds of products. And so the industrial categories are large and they can confound together products that can have very different market and price dynamics. So in order to truly capture and measure movements in the real value of sales, the Bureau's team is following the BEA's approach and disaggregates industries into products using the 2012 economic census and tries to calculate deflators for each product. This is a very commendable endeavor, but it is also much harder than it looks. Even at the product level, the Bureau further distinguishes between products that were produced and sold domestically versus those that were produced abroad and imported for domestic consumption. To perform this decomposition, the team created, I believe they created, they may not realize, they might not call it that, but they created a concordance between the commodity or product codes of the harmonized tariff schedule of U.S. imports that are close in description to the 2012 economic product lines. This process was limited to the wholesale sector, fortunately, but is nevertheless very tedious and labor intensive. Now, product classification has been around for quite some time, particularly for foreign trade statistics, for which several harmonization processes take place to make sure the product classification system we use for merchandise import data is consistent with the systems used by our most important, particularly NAFTA trading partners. But product classification is, from my perspective, relatively new among the domestic economy. Economists have always relied on NAICS, or before it, the SIC, the Standard Industrial Classification. We've always known industries aren't products, but there hasn't been much official product level data for domestic transactions. Now, with the 2012 economic census, I believe that began to change. The Bureau began to publish data by so-called product lines. And for the 2017 economic census, now the Bureau has implemented the North American Product Classification System, the first time a formal product classification has been introduced for domestic transactions, but only every 5 years. So, but in order to separate how much of the sales value was the result of a domestic transaction versus an imported good, the team still needs a concordance that helps them combine data from the two principal sources, the economic census and the manufacturing shipments and everything else that goes with that on the domestic side, and on the other side, the foreign trade statistics. Finally, the team selects producer price indexes and specific import price indexes from the BLS to be used in creating the deflator for each product. And in fact, the PPIs are disaggregated by a commodity classification created by the BLS uniquely for the PPI, and which, according to the BLS, quote unquote, does not match any other standard coding structure. So at times, there's even no adequate commodity-based PPIs, so they may be forced to use the next best thing, which are PPIs disaggregated by the NAICS industries again. And in fact, for the import price index, they're almost always using the ones disaggregated by 4-digit NAICS. So this pretzel of going from industries to products and back to industries, it begs for me from the question, at least in my mind, and perhaps there are some technical details that I have not fully taken into account, but it begs the question as to whether a simpler methodology that simply sticks to NAICS industries without going through product level data does it yield a product that is more timely and simpler for users to digest, without sacrificing too much precision and comparability, which are also important considerations? I don't know the answer to that question, but it might be worth exploring.
Audio? This is Tommy Wright. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it is now time for public comment. I was waiting for a pause, and I think you came to one. Please forgive me.
No problem. I'll stop there.
There have been 5 written comments received from the public, and I will read the 5. The first is from Rachel Cortez, who's a demographer at Claritas. This public comment is on behalf of Rachel Cortez and Christopher Ard. We are both members of the Census Quality Reinforcement Task Force and co-chair the Blended Base and Improvement Subcommittee. This task force is a multidisciplinary learning community for research, education, and coordination around quality of census data products. The subcommittee meets regularly to discuss issues related to the development of the population estimates in a post-2020 decennial census era. Our comment focuses on the briefing of the base evaluation and research team at today's CSAC meeting. We are pleased that the Bureau is researching how to improve the population base considering data quality issues with the 2020 decennial census. Because of the importance of the Census Bureau's population estimates to the federal funding, we know that having a precise and reliable series of estimates is vital. We hope that the BERT will consider innovative data and methods to create an accurate base for the population estimate for the rest of the decade. Specifically, we hope that you will consider that a uniform method for all counties in the United States might not produce the best results. Additionally, under the current method, when one incorporated city challenges the estimates and their population changes, the difference is taken from others in that state county so that the county total remains the same. The Census Bureau should consider allowing county totals to change when the challenges result in new population totals. Lastly, we recommend that all resulting BERT research be shared with stakeholders like the task force so that we can provide input on the findings. We would like to thank the committee for spending time on this issue, for your consideration and the opportunity to comment. The second comment is from Krish Muller-Lidar at the University of Oklahoma. This is in reference to Mr. Michael Hall's presentation, Reconstruction and Re-Identification of the Demographic and Housing Characteristics File, known as the DHC. Prior to this presentation, the reconstruction approach described in a number of different presentations made by the Census Bureau staff was extremely complex. It involved setting up a system of linear equations based on the tabulated data and solving these equations using mixed integer linear programming. On page 6, Mr. Halls indicates that this approach does not always provide precise age reconstruction. As a result, the Census Bureau has now decided to perform reconstruction directly from the tabulated data using exact ages for those 21 and under and bend ages for those over 21. This obviates the need for their earlier reconstruction procedure. In the interest of fairness, the Census Bureau should acknowledge that their earlier reconstruction effort was unsuccessful and unnecessary. The third is a follow-up email from the same individual, Kirsch Mulha-Lidha. Mr. Hall's presentation provides a completely different approach to reconstruction and re-identification compared to earlier approach described by the Census Bureau. The results in the new approach are quite different from those reported earlier. It will be very helpful for the Census Bureau to release a technical paper that comprehensively documents their reconstruction and re-identification work for peer review. The fourth comment is from Stephen Ruggles, University of Minnesota. The presentation by Mr. Michael Hawes does not acknowledge the powerful critiques of the Census Bureau's database reconstruction experiment by the academic community. If the Bureau wishes credibility, it should submit a technical paper for peer review that fully documents their reconstruction and re-identification work. This has been promised for years, and so far, the only documentation has appeared in PowerPoints. The fifth and final comment comes from Andrew Beveridge, Social Explorer Incorporated. To the Census Bureau, related to the presentation scheduled, which was presented yesterday, it says scheduled tomorrow, but actually presented yesterday, and follow up to Merle Lidhar's comment. Since at least 2018, the Census Bureau has been justifying its use of differential privacy, despite the various issues which it has caused for data users, based upon its reporting on reconstruction and re-identification attacks. As you know, both Steve Ruggles and David Van Riper and Chris Lidhar have done analyses and presented papers and had them published in peer-reviewed journals that question the original rationale regarding differential privacy. In the Ruggles case, comparing it with a random attempt to do a reconstruction, in the Merle Lidhar's case, showing that there are many possible reconstructions for any set of tables. The Census Bureau has promised for months, if not years, to present a full-blown analysis of the reconstruction and re-identification experiments and analyses for public peer review. Can we still expect such an analysis? Will such an analysis include a random comparison as the Ruggles paper did? Will such analysis use the differentially privatized data, which now is using a very high privacy loss budget, to see if such a reconstruction attack is truly frustrated by the data that has been subject to differential privacy, and therefore does, in fact, protect privacy? That's the end of the comments from the public. Mario, you may continue. Unless, Shauna, I should probably check. Have other comments been received?
No additional public comments. Thank you. All comments are posted on the website.
Thank you very much, Shauna. And Mario, I very much regret the interruption.
Not a
Please.
problem, not a problem. Thank you for making sure we do that on time when everyone expects it to. Getting back to the topic of price-adjusted indicators for the wholesale industry. Now let me answer the Bureau's question. The questions. Here we go. First, are there other data sources that you know of that could improve the quality of the product weights on a more timely basis? My answer is that the product weights are based on the value of shipments of detailed product lines that are only defined in the 2012 economic census, I believe. So as long as our goal is to disaggregate by these product lines, this is the only source for product weights. I don't know of any other sources that disaggregate by the 2012 economic census's so-called product lines outside of Bureau, the data the Bureau already has. Next, the other question is which sectors should be prioritized. I am on the fence between retail and services, so I'm going to narrow it down to those two. I'll give you my criteria to decide. So the services sector would allow the Bureau to test this approach on another methodologically complex sector requiring the use of completely different data sources, and which would provide the Bureau another opportunity to gauge the fruitfulness of this approach. On the other hand, the retail sector would present a unique opportunity to showcase the usefulness of this approach. More timely, constant dollar indicators of the very significant retail sector would probably earn the Bureau a lot of positive attention and help the Bureau secure recurrent funding for this data product as a program into the future. And I would be curious to hear Paul's reaction to that, when after I'm done here, to give me a sense of how he feels about that. I just learned by listening to Paul during his presentation that he actually leads the retail sector. So, but he can talk to us about it afterwards. I just want to finish with my last slide, which is sort of summarize a lot of the pending issues that I think topics that Paul's team needs to struggle with and work through before we can take this to a production environment. So first is recommendation 0, which I forgot to put on the slide, which is that it would be very useful to evaluate the seasonality of the price indexes. Some of the price indexes may need seasonal adjustment, many may not need it, but some may. And before constructing the deflators to be used to deflate seasonally adjusted nominals, it would be good if the price indexes used to construct the deflators were already adjusted for seasonality. And I know it's something they're working on. Recommendation number 1, implement the transition from the 2012 economic census product lines into the North American product classification system categories, which I think is, they're also very aware, and I think that that's a starting point. It's essential that they do this so that it can be used on a more timely basis with 2017 weights. Number 2, evaluate the use of export prices. Paul mentioned that. Number 3, instead of excluding the others category, the way Paul described in his presentation, perhaps perform a robustness check in which you don't just drop the others category, but rather you assign to it the deflator constructed from the remaining sectors of that NAICS industries. So in your example, it would mean using the deflator for all apparels and footwear to deflate the others category instead of just dropping the others category. Fourth, is harmonization possible between the harmonized tariff schedule and the North American product classification system? I don't know the answer to this question, but perhaps if we devoted some resources to it, we could make it much less methodologically cumbersome to produce price-adjusted indicators for all sorts of sectors into the future. And finally, make a decision about simplicity and timeliness versus precision and comparability. Perhaps deflating at the industry level, the way I have suggested here, maybe that's way too simple, and perhaps it's even grossly misleading. But without a product level concordance that you can publish alongside this data product, for the time being, perhaps a simpler approach might be just as informative about the economy, and finding out whether that is true or false is probably worth putting on your research agenda. So thank you, Paul. Thank you to his team for doing this marvelous work. And that concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you very much, Mario. This is Jay Bright again. I want to first recognize Paul if he has some responses to some of the questions and comments in Mario's presentation.
Sure. No, I want to thank you, Mario. We talked before too. I mean, these are great things to look into. Some of them we've already started. We'll continue to. As I wanted to mention, I think I might have mentioned this earlier too. This is something that's new to us, right? With looking at this price adjustment stuff. So we're all kind of learning together and spending a lot of time on it, talking with different agencies, and we will continue to do that. We will look at the feedback you have provided. I did want to respond, as you were mentioning before, about retail. So yes, retail is kind of near and dear to my heart. I've been working on retail for a long time. And as I mentioned in the presentation, we have been doing some preliminary work with retail price adjusted estimates, looking at the CPI and talking internally and even externally a little bit about those. So that is something that I'm sure will not go away. It's in the news, right? It's all around. Everybody knows about it. So it's something that I feel confident that we'll probably continue to keep looking at, as well as where do we prioritize that, as well as like looking at wholesale inventories and then some of these things, these feedbacks that we want to look into to make sure we're actually putting out the best estimates that we can with the information that we've gathered and what we already know. So thank you.
I'd like to recognize Ron Jarman.
Thanks, Jay. So let me just add on what Paul just said. So there's some work that we're doing with academics. We're still very much in a research phase, but we've presented like at Conference on Research Income Wealth up at in BER over the summer, where some of the data that we've been getting in from third parties that's allowed our retail folks to produce these sort of state level monthly estimates. If we get the full transactions, the prices and the quantities, there's some methods that we can use where we can do this sort of integrated price and quantity measurement for the retail sector that could promise more timely, more granular statistics, but also perhaps some methodological improvements over the current method of consumer price measurement that our colleagues over at BLS does. So we've been talking with folks at BLS. This is still a ways down the road, and one of the key things here is getting access to these data. But I think there is this notion that if we could get access to sort of transaction level data, we could produce much more timely, much more granular, and more accurate pricing statistics. More to come on that. Hopefully that'll be something for a more robust conversation at the CSAC at some point down the road. Also, our Federal Economic Statistics Advisory Committee, which advises Census, BEA, and BLS, will be interested in this as well. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there that there's some significant work going on in this area.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from broader CSAC or other feedback? So if not, I think I will hand it back over to Tommy Wright. We might be back on time.
Yes, Jared. Tommy Wright, it looks like we're 2 minutes ahead of time. Let's see, should we come back at exactly 1 o'clock? Thank you very much, Paul and Mario and Ron. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Let's go.
Thank you very much. I was waiting for you. Tommy Wright. Because this is coming from the committee and I didn't ask him, but I'm going to ask Jay Bright to introduce this committee report. Does that sound all right, Jay?
Sure. Thanks very much, Tommy.
This
is Jay Bright. It's my pleasure to introduce Rochelle Winkler, who's the convener of the Task Force on Differential Privacy. So she'll be presenting results on 3 of the deliverables in the charter for the task force on, the working group on differential privacy. And these are results of deliberations within the working group. So there are draft recommendations that will be presented. So this is an opportunity for the full CSAC to see these findings and recommendations, as well as members of the Bureau. So Rochelle?
Thank you, Jay. And as Jay said, I wanted to start by just recognizing all of the members of the CSAC Differential Privacy Working Group, whose names are listed on this slide here. I'm presenting today, but really this work is the culmination of efforts from everyone on this team. And I'd also like to recognize and thank all of the Census Bureau subject matter experts that we all have been meeting with over the last several months. Really helped us to understand better the Bureau's plans for implementing differential privacy for the next Census 2020 data releases, including the DHC, the detailed DHC, A, B, and C, and the SDHC. So let's see if I can see. I think I've advanced the slide appropriately. Someone please let me know if not. I thought I would start by just recognizing what this task or the working group was tasked with. The Census Bureau asked us to comment on 4 tasks and to deliver our comments at CSAC meetings. All of this work in our renewed charter that we've been working under this year has been focusing on the DHC, detailed DHC, AB, and the SDHC. So the first 3 tasks we're presenting on today, these are to develop a summary of use cases, to develop recommendations for prioritizing use cases for the administration of a privacy loss budget, to develop metrics to assess the impact of differential privacy on the accuracy of decennial census data. We were also tasked with developing strategies for communicating the use of differential privacy for Census 2020 data products. We spoke on that 4th task at the spring CSAC meeting quite extensively. At that point, our comments were focused on the PL data because we didn't know much yet about the DHC data, but we don't at this moment have much new to add on that 4th task, and so we're only covering the first 3 here today. In addition to those tasks, in the meetings that we've had with Census Bureau subject matter experts, they have asked that what would be particularly helpful would be if we could provide any specific comments or suggestions based on the newest round of demonstration data that the Bureau released in August of this year for the DHC. And so we have tried to incorporate some of that feedback in the presentation today. I'll go ahead and move to this slide. It's become clear to us, it's very clear in the meetings that we've had with Census Bureau experts that folks are working hard to release accurate data that meet the vast variety of use cases while also balancing privacy protection. And this is no easy task. It's also a task that's particularly difficult given that the process through which differential privacy would be applied for Census 2020 was not worked out, tested, and planned with the detail necessary in advance. And in fact, it's still being worked out as we go. Part of the reason for that is that the Bureau has been working to be responsive to data user concerns, and it's released several iterations of demonstration data for which they've requested user feedback, and those are positive things. But still, it's not ideal to have so much still being in flux at this point. So the working group would like to start with an overall comment or draft recommendation that we'll ask the full committee to consider today, that for Census 2030 and for all other census data products, that the Census Bureau should have a clear, well-tested, practical, detailed, and step-by-step plan for how the disclosure avoidance system will be applied for each data product and how such application at each level will impact the other products and levels that are subsequent to come prior to releasing any data, perhaps prior to collecting any data. And so then going back to the tasks, in order to meet that first task of identifying use cases, our working group carried out several activities. We met with federal and state partners for population estimates and reviewed materials that they've collected on use cases. We participated in discussions and workshops organized by the Census Quality Reinforcement Task Force. We participated in a CNSTAT workshop on the DHC demonstration data that were released in March of 2022. That workshop was held in June of 2022. We reviewed feedback collected by the Census Bureau on the demonstration data that were released in March, and we reviewed published materials and presentations about various data uses and the implications of differential privacy on those. Some of the things that we found then regarding the first task of reviewing use cases, the census is really a general use tool. There are thousands, if not millions, of use cases out there. It's really difficult to try to identify all of them, and it's probably would require an abundance of resources to try to do so. There are also probably thousands of funding allocation decisions for federal, state, and local decisions that are based on census data. So these thousands or millions of use cases have very direct implications for how funding is distributed in many levels. Also, we found that the census is the only good source of demographic data for more rural areas. And the decennial census data in particular is valuable because it has been highly accurate for small geographies. That's really the distinguishing characteristic of the decennial census in comparison to a lot of other data sources. We also found that use cases that were collected by the Bureau, those users that reported to the Bureau, the number of those is limited to those people that have the resources, the expertise, the time, the awareness, and the patience to contribute. We also found that the number of use cases that were submitted is limited by user burnout. You know, there have been several demonstration data products now over the last few years, and people are getting burnt out with contributing continually. Also, some people have had difficulties with the file layout. At times there have been mistakes in the demonstration data, and the short deadlines all limit responses. So we're not capturing the full range of responses that are out there. We also found that block level accuracy does matter for, at least for basic population counts and by broad race ethnic groups. There've been a lot of attention and recognition that the block level data are particularly concerning for privacy disclosure, and the data are not as accurate at the block level as we see for larger geographies. But the block accuracy does matter to users. And some of the reasons that the block accuracy matters is because blocks allow for custom geography creation. The census is the only source for this kind of small level data. And some of the uses are not just legislative redistricting, but also transportation planning, emergency response planning, and environmental justice. Another thing we found is that looking at block level data is a place where users can ground truth the information. They know a particular block, they know how many people live there or how many, and so it's a place where there's potential to lose trust among data users in the accuracy of the census as a whole and even justifying its existence. So a draft recommendation we'd like to put forward is that in planning for Census 2030, that the Census Bureau consider changing construction of census blocks so that none are so small that accurate population totals can't be released, or to consider using another disclosure avoidance methodology for certain variables like population totals. Another finding is that throughout the application of differential privacy throughout Census 2020 and still in the most recent demonstration data, that where we see the biggest impacts in accuracy are for small domains. And this we've seen throughout the last couple of days, in particular more rural areas, groups other than non-Hispanic whites, and for different types of small populations, for example, same-sex couples, or for small municipalities. Incorporated places matter for governmental decisions and for planning, but many of them have quite small populations, for instance. And this means that for these kinds of small domains, we find that there's limited accuracy in the demonstration data below the state level. And so we'd like to make some recommended or some draft recommendations on process. The Census Bureau should document and communicate the impact of differential privacy application on those small domain groups, like rural, BIPOC, and other small populations for geographies, and use the results to improve Census 2030 and other data products. The Census Bureau should also develop a research program that seeks to improve privacy protection methodologies based on the results from the impacts of differential privacy applications, and also to look at possibilities for linking persons and households, those person-household joins that have proven complicated in the current methodology. The research program should also include collaboration with user groups at the local and state levels to define the utility of different variables for safely accessing the data at various geographic levels, and to do that early in the decennial census development cycle. So for instance, we heard about some of the adaptive methods that are proposed or that are being implemented in the detailed DHC. There may be opportunities to expand those adaptive methods for different geographies that would allow for accurate data to be disseminated for different groupings, potentially based at different geographic levels on DHC variables. In thinking on the second task, prioritizing use cases, one use case that our working group wanted to prioritize is age, and in particular 5-year age group accuracy being particularly important, just wanting to recognize that. Some of the really important use cases for this are for calculating county level age specific health rates. So the Centers for Disease Control, for instance, use this information to calculate mortality differential, to look at mortality differentials, also to look at things like COVID rates. Also, for several types of basic county level governmental planning for different kinds of services that are related to age. So thinking about childcare compared to long-term care services, things like that. And also very importantly for making accurate population estimates and projections. We just heard today from the population estimates program, these age data are critical for demographers to be able to produce these kind of estimates and projections. And there are many state demographers and local demographers that are using those. And so we would like the committee to consider recommending that the Bureau allocate greater accuracy, privacy loss budget to county by age so that it's accurate even for the more rural counties in the 2020 DHC. And to place by age as well to improve accuracy for places. Also, we saw some potential for collapsing the older age groups in the DHC. Perhaps we don't need 5-year age categories when we get to above 85. I think there's some potential for collapsing to an 85 to 99 age category and a 100 plus age category, for instance. And in planning for Census 2030, we'd like to consider allocating more privacy loss budget to age in the redistricting data in the PL file. So in the PL file, the only age is under 18 and over 18, but those values that are published in the PL data get carried over to the DHC data and in some ways limit the availability to get more accurate, for instance, under age 18. And so it's important to plan in advance how those different data releases will impact one another and think about age perhaps a bit more in the PL file. Also prioritizing use cases, we heard yesterday about some of the problems with tenure by race of householder and ethnicity of householder and age of householder, those cross tabulations. The working group also picked up on this. Some of the use cases here are the Fair Housing Act and for lending equity more generally. The errors or the differences in the 2010 demonstration data are inappropriately large for these variables. And I think the Bureau has already identified this issue and would like to continue working to improve it. We also wanted to put some attention to the variables on housing units and their reasons for vacancy. And part of this is because we're currently experiencing a national housing crisis and it's playing out differently. I'm sorry, I think I advanced and I didn't mean to. It's playing out differently or is more acute in some local areas more than others. As we think about how to respond to that, data on reasons for vacancy can be really important. For instance, whether something is vacant because it's for sale or rent has very different implications than whether something is vacant because it is a seasonal or recreational home, or that it's housing developed for migrant workers that's only used seasonally. Particularly given the growth of short-term rental markets in many locations, these differences can have big impacts, and the census data really help localities understand what kinds of units they have. It also becomes important in thinking about making population estimates and projections using housing unit methods, whether housing units are seasonal or whether they're permanent residents. Right now, the accuracy for these variables is not as high as we'd like to see. It's also worth recognizing that even at the block level, these seasonal housing data are used by the U.S. Forest Service, for instance, for fire planning, for mitigating fires, by lake associations for planning, by school districts for funding planning, because seasonally occupied homes are not always in all states taxed the same way or subject to voter referendums in the same way that permanent housing units are. And for estimating rates of seasonal, like the number of people in a place at a seasonal time in comparison to the number of people counted by the census, which can be vastly different in some locations. So we'd like the Bureau to consider allocating greater accuracy to reason for vacancy. Okay, there we go. Also wanted to speak briefly to persons per household. So in order to make population estimates and projections using the housing unit method, demographers use persons per household. That variable is not directly available in the DHC, but users may calculate it themselves based on the number of persons in each house. There is some related data that's there in the DHC. We'd like the Bureau to consider directing users to the detailed DHC or the SDHC for this purpose of calculating more accurate persons per household. In those the modeled data, essentially, they're able to handle the person household join in a different way, and we might be able to get more accurate data on persons per household from that source. We'd also like to see the detailed DHC and SDHC prioritize this getting this variable right, because it is of high use value. And then for Census 2030, setting a research agenda for how to better match persons and households so that we can improve that accuracy. One thing that we felt like less priority could potentially be given to in the privacy loss budget is tables 10 and 11 A, B, C, D, which are on the number of races. So we didn't find any clearly identified use cases for these tables. They also have quite high error percentages in the metrics. And so we thought it may be possible to remove number of races from the DHC and keep that in the detailed DHC. Unless there are clearly defined use cases where that would be important. This could potentially be a place where the privacy loss budget that's being taken up here could be allocated elsewhere to make some other data more accurate. And then finally, thinking about metrics, the metrics that the Census Bureau has been releasing with the demonstration data are really critical because many users don't have the capacity to review all the raw data for whatever uses and to aggregate them. So it's great that the Bureau has been releasing those. We also feel like it remains important to identify the outliers, those places where the errors may be more extreme. Really liked seeing the 95 percentile presented in the presentation yesterday. That goes a long way in helping users think about some of those more extreme errors, like how bad are they at the tails. Also, we want to just recognize that the metrics, while they are important, they can be misinterpreted because essentially what they're comparing is the differentially private 2010 data to the swapped 2010 data. And we know the swapped data also have error. And so it's difficult to really understand which is more true or more accurate in different ways. Also, just recognizing the privacy loss budget is still not very intuitive for data users, and it's under-researched on what it means for various data types and applications that are as complex as the census. Our working group has made several recommendations on this general issue of metrics in the past, and we don't have a lot remaining, but we would like to recognize that we would like to see for those cases in the metrics where there are many units with an error of 5% or more, that we could add a column to also show the number of units with an error of 10% or more. We noticed that this is included in some of the variables, but not all of them as currently presented in the metrics. Also, we think that the Bureau could reevaluate the privacy loss budget changes using a traditional measure of disclosure risk to help provide context of what a privacy loss budget means. So maybe giving some examples that can compare accuracy using the differentially privacy loss budget sort of approach in comparison to some of the methods that have been used in the past, to get a sense of how similar or different the accuracy is, with specific examples. And then it could be possible to create an independent group that includes users that can access the census edited file, and so be able to evaluate the privacy utility trade-off. Or if that's not feasible, the Census Bureau could provide some illustrative examples, perhaps using qualitative measures of how error metrics based on the census edited file would compare. So that kind of gets around the idea that we have to compare in the metrics to the swapped data to give us a better sense of where the truth lies. And that's what we have for today. I'd love to hear any further discussion or questions from the broader committee. The broader committee has not had an opportunity to hear as much about this or comment on it, and given all of the new members we have, I think that could be a great discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. This is Jay Bright, and as Rochelle just mentioned, please, CSAC members, if you have questions or comments on the presentation from the working group, feel free to raise your hand.
Or also folks from the Bureau as well, if there's anything, Jay, I'm sorry if I'm stepping in here, but really would be happy to hear any other responses or ideas or clarifications from Bureau folks as well.
Absolutely.
I have a voice today. You want me to just unmute?
Sure.
Rochelle, thanks very much for those comments. And I want to thank all the members of the working group, and explicitly thank all the members of my staff, Tori's staff, and Al's staff who worked with them over the last months to develop these. They're not final recommendations yet, so it's not appropriate for me to comment on them, but I will say that we found several of them extremely helpful when we were pre-reviewing, and I appreciate the effort that's gone into formulating them. So thanks very much. Also, I stuck a paper that directly addresses one of Rochelle's asks. It was released, I think, right before your last working group meeting. And it's not easy reading, sorry.
Thank you. So questions or comments for the working group from the committee, or other questions or comments? And to be clear, this isn't the first time that full CSAC has seen these draft recommendations, because we've been working together on the draft recommendations, desperately getting ready for our presentation later this afternoon. So it's not brand new.
I'd like to make a comment. Also, thank you very much, working group, for this great assessment and set of recommendations. As time goes on, I would be particularly interested in any suggestions you have to do two things. One is to capture a broader breadth of use cases, so that we can come to some sense of being able to include with a DP product that that reflects a broader set of needs. And the other is one that a comment that recognizes, and you know, I heard too about this, that we're basically asking a lot of people to do a lot of work really quickly on their own time in order to help us create a better product back for the public. So to the extent that you have any ideas on how one can create an easier, more effective, and more efficient process from a time frame, a length of time perspective, that would be really useful as well. We all have our own ideas, but I think this is something we really have to deal with. We have to make the iterative process, which I think right now is necessary. We have to streamline that somehow so that it doesn't take so long.
This is Jay Bright again. Actually, I'm going to call him Mario Marazzi. Please.
Hi, Mario Marazzi here. I just wanted to take a brief moment to thank the working group and particularly Rochelle and her leadership in pushing forward this topic this whole year. I haven't really been able to be very involved, but just listening to her now, I realize the immense amount of work that it's gone into, and I want to thank them for doing it.
Thank you, Mario. And then Lance?
This will probably come up later when we have our full things, but just highlighting some ways to streamline those iterative review processes. We kind of latched on to the brief idea as well, that you may be able to ramp up the learning curve on some of the demonstration products with a release of a here's what it is type brief. It can be short, but it might kickstart some of the people taking their own time to work with the next product. Here's what's different from the last, or it gives an opportunity of documenting, because the demonstration products, I think like that 2010 demonstration product is going to be a subject of research for a long time. It's going to go on. So having some of those briefs might provide a starting point. So you might get people might get a little further in the review window. So I think we'll come up with that again when we're talking about the brief comments and things.
I wanted to follow up on Director Santos's comment about the use cases, the catalog of use cases, both in the first version of this, when we looked at we were tasked with looking at the use cases, what have we found, what have we missed? And then again, in the second iteration of the charter, when we were asked to do that again for this second round of differentially private data products, it was striking that you kind of didn't know what the use cases were. It's like there should be a division of census whose job it is to serve as the to know what those use cases are, who's using the data for what, and just serve as that point of contact with the Bureau for their user groups, because it wasn't always clear that was well connected. And I want to call on Deborah Balk.
Hi. Yeah, I want to just compliment that comment. Deborah Balk here, complimenting the comment that Jay just made. I think that, and as a one-time member of this working group, it's a tremendous amount of work to undertake. It's a heavy load, this working group, and so congratulations to my colleagues who've undertaken this work. But the use case, I think the use cases is a project in and of itself. And that's true that's especially true for the differential privacy stuff, which is very, very important, but it's true for other kinds of use cases with other kind of products. And I think if the Bureau has within its power to think about a greater engagement, engagement is very, very forefront on the mind of the Bureau. And so these use cases really do fit nicely into it. A database of use cases and of users that the Bureau can go back to time and again would really help, and maybe specific points of engagement. But this is something that's every time when I was on that working group met, this is just it seemed to me that's beyond the ability of that sub working group of the CSAC, and we only know who we know. So it's not the complete universe. There are many use cases out there. So I just want to encourage the Bureau to think along those lines on how to increase that kind of participation more broadly.
Thank you, Deborah. And I want to call on Ron Prevost.
Hi, I just wanted to attempt to address the director's question about streamlining. I think it would be useful in the future to, in advance, define a cadre of reviewers and to provide that cadre of users or reviewers with a special sworn status so that they can get in and look at these data. And it takes a long time to get the special sworn status paperwork done. And this would allow those reviewers a longer time frame for review because they wouldn't be caught up in the administrative details of getting access. Thanks.
Thank you, Ron.
Ron, thank you for that comment. This is John Abad. We did do that. A group of 6 or 7 FSCPE members and another person who had to withdraw for other reasons were given special sworn status more than a year ago and have had inside access to the demonstration data products before they were released. That was as broad as it seemed reasonable to grant, but we can certainly take if that comes as a suggestion or recommendation from CSAC, we can consider expanding it. But we did actually provide special sworn status access to members of one identifiable and pretty important stakeholder group.
Thanks, John.
Other questions or comments?
I don't want to take time from anyone else, but if we have a couple minutes, I would just like to add one thing that I didn't mention that came to mind in learning more yesterday about the adaptive methods that are being used in the detailed DHC is, there may be some good potential for, in thinking about the age by sex, by race, categories, it's important to get those accurate. But we have some counties, for instance, where some of those population groups are quite small. And so that's a challenge. I wonder if there's possibility to build some of that data that we expect to see in the DHC, maybe in a more adaptive method, similar to what's being used in the detailed DHC.
This is John Abad. Thanks for that suggestion, Rochelle. I have also noticed that other national statistical offices who are confronting similar problems to ours do what is implicitly adaptive, which is they don't supply every table for every configuration of variable. There are minimum population sizes and sparsity constraints put on, and they impose those before they add the noise. They do add noise as well. So I think the whole industry is evolving to try to better balance the confidentiality concerns with the need to produce accurate data, but to be reasonable about how small the population can be for which you do that and still have a credible confidentiality protection.
Other questions or comments? So Tommy, I think I'll hand this back to you to close down this session. Is that okay?
All right, Jay. Yes, that's okay. Tommy Wright. I do want to thank Rochelle and members of the working group. Some may recall that Jay used to head this group, this working group, and I thought he set a very high bar. Rochelle, I think you've met that high bar today. There's a lot that goes into this. So I want to give a special commendation to you and to the members of the working group for this fine product that you've delivered to the committee for consideration, and it will give the Bureau much to consider, as John Abel has said. It looks like we have almost 3 hours before we come back again, so we're going to take a break. The committee is going to fine tune and get its deliberate and get recommendations together, and we will come back together at about 4:30 promptly, in fact. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Jay, this is Sally. I wanted to ask you, is that a quilt hanging on the wall behind you?
It
Please, everyone,
is.
be aware that we are live.
Oh, so cool.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now be resuming the meeting. Tommy Wright, thank you.
Tommy Wright, welcome everyone to the final session of the fall 2022 meeting of the Scientific Advisory Committee. We cannot say thanks too many times, and I want to thank Jay and members of the committee, as well as presenters and participants who were just observers, but thank you everyone. We'll now hear recommendations from the committee by the committee chair, Wright.
Thank you, Tommy. So let's see, I am attempting to take control and share a screen. Tommy, are you seeing the document?
Yes. Can you make it large, just a little larger, perhaps?
Yeah.
Bit larger.
Jay, we see your full desktop.
So you do? Okay, let me go ahead and just expand that then. Hang on. How's that view? Should I make it a bit bigger?
A little bit bigger.
How's that?
That's much better.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I would also like to echo Tommy in thanking everyone involved in this process, all my fellow CSAC members of the Bureau for their presentations, and for participants for discussion. It's really been a great meeting. I'm going to kind of race through this long list of recommendations. Many of our CSAC discussants had fairly close approximations to the recommendations that we wound up with in their presentations. So you've heard a lot of this. I'll try to spend a little more time on things that weren't necessarily highlighted in the discussions or maybe not there at all. Kind of general comments. We really appreciated the Bureau for all their work in preparing for this meeting, for their presenters, for their detailed presentations. And I think the scope of this meeting in particular was really good. We were able to get through a lot of detailed technical content without being completely overwhelmed, as might have happened in past CSAC meetings. We're really interested in the Bureau's programs toward modernization. We heard just a little bit about the vision of moving toward a data-centric enterprise away from sort of a survey-centric enterprise, and looking at methods that draw on multiple sources of information to target, to address particular estimation targets. So we're looking forward to hearing that in the future. We heard a lot of detailed updates on the 2020 census data products in different segments, including aspects of communication, the re-identification attack, and some of the updated metrics. So many of these specific recommendations were covered in John Chaika's excellent discussion. And, you know, as advertised, we're always interested in small domains. Those include cross tabulations, the accuracy of smaller areas within geographies. The one thing that didn't so much get highlighted in our discussion, but came up in our deliberations, is it's not quite right to think about this issue of differential privacy as being an optimization problem, where you get to choose this slider that determines the trade-off between privacy and utility, because it is such a multi-purpose optimization problem. And unless you have a clearly defined criterion function, you just have this massive whack-a-mole problem where you adjust for better accuracy in one dimension, and that may have unintended consequences elsewhere. So it's a really difficult problem to address, but what we'd like to see going forward for future surveys and censuses, that the Bureau define data quality targets for a specified set of use cases and allocate the privacy loss budget accordingly to meet those targets. In doing so, paying attention to the tails of the distribution, but really figure out that criterion function up front as opposed to along the way. We also asked that the Bureau publish extensive 2010 summary metrics based on the final parameter values that are selected so that we can communicate to users the wide variation in accuracy that's going to characterize the published 2020 data. For the reconstruction and re-identification simulated attack, we thank the Bureau for this very informative analysis and presentation. That's going to be of broad interest, and one of our recommendations echoes some of the public commentary. We recommend that the Bureau produce, public release, and submit for peer review a detailed technical document describing the methods and results for their simulated reconstruction and re-identification attack on the DHC and address critiques of the reconstruction attack. We've got some specific comments that John went through in some detail in his discussion about allocation of privacy loss budget to smaller areas. And let's see, scrolling forward, I think we covered most of these in discussion. And just one comment that came up in discussion is that it's not the case that the only dial that can be fiddled with is the allocation of the privacy loss budget, because another possibility is to suppress tables or bin them or be more adaptive in the use of, in the production of tables and the assignment of privacy loss budget. Let's see. Oh, one of the recommendations here was to produce error metrics for a selected set of DHC tables for the high swapping experiment. So even though the high swapping didn't produce the same degree of protection as the differential privacy approach, it provided evidence bearing on the Bureau's past assertions regarding the choice of differential privacy relative to the enhanced swapping. We heard various updates on the 2020 detailed DHC file A, and we have many recommendations revolving around communications. And so these have to do with using multiple modes of communications to provide thorough explanation for the choice of methodology for the detailed DHC, why it differs from the approach employed for other census products up to this point, how it's going to affect key population statistics, and how to interpret the new metrics that will be provided. There was a recommendation that came up in discussion about releasing materials in advance of new demonstration products going down the road so that people are prepared to interpret the materials that they receive in a demonstration product. Let's see. One of the things that we've come back to many times is having additional time for folks to take a look at these demonstration products and react to them. And this, we understand that, this is a trade-off. We're trying to develop a system in an iterative way while getting feedback from volunteers. And those volunteer users need some time in order to digest these very complex materials and try to react to them. There's a recommendation regarding conducting tribal consultations about detailed DHC for non-technical audiences. Let's see, because there are 60 of these, I'm trying to go through fairly quickly. We were very interested in the adaptive design approach for allocating privacy loss budget, and that appears in a few of our recommendations, both here and later in our discussion of the deliverables from the differential privacy working group. So these specific recommendations have to do with adaptive design, both for age detail and for age, race, and age, race, ethnicity by sex. We were very interested, very happy to hear about the kinds of reactions to earlier CSAC recommendations about the dissemination materials that have been produced by the Bureau and how materials were reacting to those recommendations. It was really very gratifying to see the extent to which though our recommendations have been incorporated. And so we're really excited about that. And we have a number of recommendations about the kinds of briefs that might be further planned. So the goal of these briefs is to cover quite a wide audience. So Achieving that broad outreach is going to require a lot of briefs. And I think the specific number that had been mentioned in the presentation was like 8 briefs. And we're thinking there's plenty of room for many more briefs. So a possible model for additional audiences that might benefit from these briefs are what was done with the American Community Survey, the handbooks for data users that include things like, what do American Indian Alaska Natives need to know about the American Community Survey? What do journalists need to know? What do government agencies need to know, and so on. So that kind of broad outreach would be ideal. Another of our earlier recommendations was to utilize external reviewers. We're really pleased to see that the Bureau is doing so. And we recommend that for briefs with a focus on methodology, the Bureau should include links to technical details and also pair a reviewer who's well acquainted with the relevant methods and a more applied reviewer to jointly review such things and represent potential users. For technical materials, the Census Bureau should specifically seek reviewers who are not only skilled in that technical content, but skilled at communicating such technical content to non-technical audiences. Let's see. There are a few other specific recommendations about some of the existing briefs here. And skimming some of these as I go. Let me jump down to the final recommendation within this dissemination is we recommend the Bureau make use of other forms of communication, such as YouTube videos, TED Talks, video vignettes, etc., on its website to reach a broader range of audiences, especially students. And we know they've done some of that very successfully, like the Minute Physics type videos. Turning now to improve our population survey public use file. Again, we had pretty detailed recommendations or draft recommendations presented in Claire Bowen's discussion of this topic. So we had a few comments here. Part of this is it would be interesting to look at other partially synthetic data methods like regression tree type models and evaluate additional outcomes such as education, employment, family structure before finalizing the disclosure avoidance system for the CPS public use file. We also recommend that the Bureau consider aggregation across contiguous geographies and the possibility of a hybrid model, one that might combine swapping with a partially synthetic approach. We recommend that the Bureau report the uncertainty or error propagation when conducting the data quality evaluation, given that the uncertainty could stem from multiple sources. So there are both sampling and non-sampling errors here, as well as some modeling processes and then the disclosure risk, synthetic data generation. We really commend the Bureau for engaging with the academic community on the question of designing formal privacy methods for this release. It might be worth exploring algorithms that use synthetic data but give formal privacy guarantees for specific attributes. Let's see. That leads to a specific recommendation having to do with exploring approaches to combine synthetic data generation processes with formal privacy protection and its guarantees. We think the Bureau should continue to engage with the data user community and clarify some of the implications for use cases in geographies that fall between this 100,000, 250,000 cutoff. For example, for the use of these data in rural areas, including areas with small towns, areas with American Indian populations, and so on. The work of evaluating these additional methods to increase use for areas with small populations should be completed before the changes are implemented. We recommend that the Bureau provide more dissemination materials, including but not limited to white papers for technical details, explanatory briefs, and journal articles that detail the disclosure protection methodologies, the utility metrics, the disclosure risk assessments, and fitness for use guidelines. So, and we always have something like along these lines somewhere in our recommendations that the material should avoid the use of acronyms or define the acronyms in the footnotes. We get blown away by acronyms serving on CSAC. CSAC recommends involving an independent group of data users with special sworn status to assess the impact of the CPS disclosure protection changes and giving the group sufficient time, data access, and resources to conduct the assessment. And then we had a specific list of additional groups that the Bureau might engage with, stakeholder groups, including NBER, the Inter-University Consortium for Political and Social Research, Pew Research, Tax Policy Center, and so on, including the National Congress of American Indians and the U.S. Indigenous Data Sovereignty Network. The briefing on the base evaluation and research team was extremely welcome. This is one of the top of the list items that CSAC members were asking for as an agenda item. So it was great to hear about the population estimates program and what's going on with the research team. And we recognize the enormous importance of this problem and its challenges, and we're really excited to hear about it. We know the impact is tremendous. And so one of our recommendations that was not discussed in the formal discussant's presentation is we would like to form a working group on BERT and the population estimates program, the population estimates challenge program. So a subset of CSAC to get detailed one-way briefings and stay on top of this material as it goes forward. Very much of interest. And then we have here, thanks to our excellent discussant, Ron Prevost, a very detailed list of recommendations that Ron went through in his presentation, point by point. And they're kind of broadly grouped here in terms of some methodological questions, some outreach issues, and various things. But there, you'll see there are a lot of sub-items here. So I won't go through every one of these in details, but some of the important things are, we really think that this program needs increased resources to maintain and support a continuing year-round estimates research program throughout the decade. We'd like to see development and enhancement of partnership programs with FSCPE so that the Bureau can really benefit from local area knowledge, additional data sources, and methodological improvements for the estimates. And we recognize that not all states have equal capacity to engage in such partnerships. And so trying to figure out ways to incentivize states that currently have limited participation with FSCPE so that they can fully participate in this partnership program would be important. So there are other things here that include enhancing the Estimates Challenge program, collecting information about these local government uses of these data so that we really understand the utility and impact of annual population estimates on, for example, their funding allocations. The next of these have to do with methodological questions, and you can see there's a whole list of detailed recommendations that include the building on those improved partnerships, developing adjusted base for housing data, vacancy and persons per household information to support sub-county population estimates. And one of the concerns that comes up is that if you make an adjustment due to a successful challenge within a county and you have a county level constraint, then that hurts places elsewhere in that county. We'd like to relax that constraint on the county level constraint so that such population estimate challenges that are successful don't necessarily impact other areas within the same county. There's some questions about linkage. We're very interested in use of the MAF, existing administrative records, and the FRAMES program to improve accuracy of baseline data and ultimately the estimates. And there's some specific recommendations having to do with group quarters here as well. We're very interested in transparency of this process throughout, and there's a series of recommendations about making publicly available the detailed research schedule, short, medium, long-term goals, key decision points, how things are going to be evaluated, methodological reviews that the Bureau should solicit from external researchers, comments and concerns that the Bureau should solicit from federal and local government stakeholders, and so on. So getting that together and disseminating it, we think is really important. We also think that the Bureau should further its communications and outreach to the user community and stakeholders. So there's some specific recommendations along those lines here. I'll be mindful of the time. So let me turn now to the new price adjusted economic indicator data. So Mario Moratti did a great job of presenting essentially the recommendations that are listed here during the presentation itself. These have to do with fairly technical aspects of the indicator series, and I'll just highlight a few things within this, including two things. One of which is that we didn't ultimately come down on a specific recommendation to the one of the questions, which was, which sector would you recommend prioritizing? Mario had some excellent comments in his discussion, but we didn't ultimately come down on, which of those we might specifically recommend. So that's not addressed here. But there was some other discussion about whether a simpler approach at an industry level instead of a product level might more quickly generate a data product that would be less precise but more timely. So, it's one of these data quality trade-offs that you need to consider that Mario brought up in his discussion. And finally, let me turn to the differential privacy working group deliverables, which Rochelle Winkler presented earlier today. I want to highlight just a few of these because, again, these were outlined in detail in Rochelle's presentation. The first of these is that CSAC recommends that for Census 2030 and all other census data products, including the American Community Survey, the Census Bureau should have a clear, well-tested, practical, detailed, and step-by-step plan for how the disclosure avoidance system will be applied for each data product and how such application at each level will impact other products and levels prior to collecting any data. So, in this iteration, it was necessary to do a lot of this stuff in real time, so we would not like to see that repeated. We're always, let me see. Oh, let me turn now to this next specific recommendation that didn't come up in the discussion today. CSAC recommends that the Census Bureau develop fellowship programs, research calls, or other mechanisms that properly compensate data users, practitioners, researchers, and stakeholders to engage in detailed data product development and evaluation for use cases. Stakeholders representing diverse backgrounds and communities with a variety of interests should be included to provide perspectives from the broad user community. And this is to address kind of the general concern that relying on volunteers who have day jobs and are doing lots of other stuff, it's a big ask to dive into these very technical materials and try to address the questions. So that's a specific recommendation to broaden the participation of stakeholders, make it possible for them to actually engage with this process in a realistic way. Let's see, I think most of the rest of these recommendations were specifically addressed in in Rochelle Winkler's discussion earlier today. So the possibility of changing the construction of blocks, the documentation and communication of the impact of DP application on small groups, using that information to improve Census 2030 and other data products, and this overall research program, especially, we're particularly interested in the person household joins and how to do that better going forward. And there's some specific recommendations here about how sort of adaptive procedures like we heard about yesterday might be applied in the context of some of the tables that we've been under discussion. And so these are fairly specific. So here's the recommendation about considering adaptive methods similar to those being developed, implemented in the detailed DHCA in order to provide more accurate race ethnicity by age data for counties, places, and tracts for broad race ethnic groups represented in the DHC. And let me scroll down to the end because we're getting near the end of our time and we need to vote. So there's specific recommendations about how PLB might be otherwise allocated. This is a specific recommendation about where to point users to go to see information about persons per household, because you want them to go to one point that you wouldn't want them to try to reconstruct this on their own. So let me just finish up here.
Jay, this is Shauna. You
Yes.
can take as much time as you need.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and just going back to this issue of the person household join, CSAC recommends that the Bureau set a research agenda for how to better associate persons, households, and housing units to improve persons per household accuracy in planning for the 2030 census. A few other issues of sort of collapse, some interest in additional metrics, not many. We've had a lot of feedback on metrics over the years now. There's a recommendation to count up number of units with an error of at least 10% or more, a recommendation about calibrating the PLB against traditional measures of disclosure risk to help provide context of what the privacy loss budget is actually meaning in a specific context. And then finally, recommending that the Bureau maintain an independent group of data users and privacy experts with special sworn status who can access the census edited file to evaluate the privacy utility trade-offs and help communicate the ongoing results to the public. So those are our recommendations, the 63 recommendations to the Bureau from the fall 2022 CSAC meeting. And I want to try to stop sharing here. Stop sharing and call for a vote by CSAC members to approve this list of recommendations. And CSAC members, I'd like you to just raise your hand and to indicate that you agree with these recommendations. And hopefully, and I'm just looking down the list to make sure no one else has raised a hand and that we have our required quorum. Great. And I'm also in favor. And then any opposed? You can lower your hands, CSAC members. Give you a second to do that.
Jay.
Yes.
Yeah, I was having trouble raising my hand for the vote earlier. So, okay. So.
Thank you, Rogelio.
Yeah.
Great. And then was anyone opposed?
No.
Okay. Rogelio, are you trying to raise your hand to be opposed? Or?
Yeah. Yeah. For voting for. Yeah.
Voting for. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So, so if you could lower your hand, and then anyone opposed? Okay. And did anyone abstain? Okay. So, all right. So that's it. We have, those are our recommendations. You'll get the details in our, the detailed written recommendations shortly after this meeting, but they've now been approved by the CSAC membership. So I'll turn it back to you, Tommy.
Tommy Wright, thank you very much, Jay and committee. You've given us much to consider. Unless there's any objection, this meeting is, unless anybody needs to say anything, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. See you next time.
Take care.
Appreciate all you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.